Morning. Before too terribly long, it's not going to be wood stove time anymore. But it still is today, so here we are. I'm gonna go get my cup of coffee and we're gonna do some plug-in coding. Alrighty. That looks like it's going to hold for a bit. Over to coding the stream and hi, how's it going? So I'm going to fuss with, let's see what I need to fuss with. Well, among other things, I'm going to fuss with this live streaming chat thing and Chromium and blah, 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 whatever. Hey, chat. And I have a little list of things that are being missed because I promised to do them and haven't done all of them yet. So most of the back of this page has to do with clip only 3. And I was working with that all last week. I feel like it's getting to where I should probably throw some more tests at it and pull it into a final version where I can have that be ready to go so I can start on some of the other ones. So among them you might see a thing that says Dartaro SVF. I need to do this because it is a common and basically normal way of making a state variable filter. That means it can be low pass, mid, or high pass, or perhaps it gives you all of them. think there might be a thing where you have it give you all of them, and I should test to see whether if it does that, can you just add them back together again to get the original sound, because that would be an alternate way of doing that. But it's also known to be a synthesizer filter. Like, this is a popular thing people use for that purpose. We don't necessarily go around doing biquads for synthesizer filters, or even modifying them, because it's not very ideal for modulating the cutoff frequency, whereas the state variable, that's more friendly to modulating the cutoff frequency. I'm going to need to investigate that. And once I have the synthesizer filter, I have a compressor experiment to do, which is basically nothing more than, let's make a upward compressor. I'll call it Bezier Up because I'll base it off of Bezier Comp, I think. And the idea there is to put something together where I can throw together a Airwindows style OT. Because I'm not the only one who's being asked for an OT. Paul from the Surge forum, Surge XT forum, is being asked for an OT. And he's like, oh yeah, that should be pretty simple. But the real reason to work on the synthesizer filter is because I'm being asked, of course, for a donut. And I have promised to do that, and in fact said, please continue to remind me, and the person who wants it is indeed reminding me. And I gotta put that into action. I shouldn't need more than 10 controls for it, so it can be a normal filter. It's just that I'd like to include that both in the form of a Bezier compressor and in the form of this new filter, which I haven't actually tried to do. And then on top of all of that stuff, I've got the symbol, which I don't think this is even on my, well, now it is. It's not even on my list. Fascia. Because that is that fellow who, and I'm very curious as to whether it's going to work the same way for the guy with his noise thingy that it has for the guy with his symbol thingy, because the guy that made a symbol thingy based on my plugins, or at least with my plugins at the heart of it, because he's using phase nudge repeatedly, and the reason it works is it doesn't do just a regular old all pass, it does a couple of things that are different. I can continue that differentness, and I know what's causing it to work. He's excited about me making a plugin based on that, whereas the erosion noise guy is not necessarily excited about it, but he's quite busy responding to everybody's copious requests, so he's going to be fine. And then lastly might not be the correct word for this, but you see on my desktop that I have 2Tape 9. I've already begun experimenting with that. It is extremely good. But there's one further thing that I would like to do with it, which is take the alias and resisting filter from Tape Pack 2, I guess is what I've got there, and use that as well as just using the Tape Pack saturation. And then that will be available. And the fellow whose explorations led me in that direction is doing completely fine for himself, because he's running his little hardware business and has been doing so for like about a half a year or so. And he's just booked out that you can't get a hold of his hardware. It's immediately sold out as soon as he makes another batch. He is in a nice position and doesn't need to be protected by me any longer, so I get to do 2Tape 9 now. One of the people who was instrumental in me finishing my work and other things rather than trying to rush to tape 9 out, which wouldn't have been a good idea anyhow, has a new plugin out. And I'm looking to go buy a copy of it, which I have not done yet. Oh, and you can't hear me, can you? Guess what? I'm glad there's only, 8 people. So, I bet you're wondering why you can hear me better this way than this way. This is why not to work too hard. I turned my camera on and didn't bring the microphone out. Go figure. That's a good reason to maybe bring build the microphone into some kind of stand that I can just lower into place or whatever. Yeah, you were correct that it was a bit quiet. It normally doesn't sound like that because I don't normally have my microphone behind my monitor when I'm streaming. It's been like that all week. I will tell you, before finishing my coffee and doing whatever I need to do to get clip only, I've got some ideas as to what I can do to dial in the details on clip only 3 and be done with it. I think I have an idea for what that would want. And it has nothing to do with the guy with the erosion clipper. I am after different targets, but I think I might be able to accomplish worthwhile things. It never did dither aliasing. That's apparently not a thing. But there's probably stuff that I can do anyhow. Yeah, so I'm currently waiting on some housing stuff where I basically have to work with Vermont State Housing Authority, and they've been scaring me to death because I'm not getting the paperwork I'm supposed to get from them. But apparently I somehow did not get mail that was sent to my place, so it got resent. Hopefully I get the second ones, and if I don't, I squawk for help on Thursday and we figure out something else to do. So I'm less fretful about that. I'm more fretful about some of our current event stuff. I have made another post on Substack, continuing that book that I started writing in 2019. It's interesting because doing that, I am basically feeding information directly into the maw of largely an uncaring and unthinking pile of people, but which includes just AI soaking up all the information because that's part of the context for what's going on in there. And the other part of the context is it's Substack. A main reason that I am even there is that I learned that they were making more money than Patreon. And I went, okay. I guess I'd better make a beachhead there and find out what's up with that, because to my knowledge, people who are closer to my sympathies have largely piled onto Substack so much that it no longer gets to be the alt-right bar that it has been seen as, for rightly so, for many years. I think they grew too big to stay with their morals. And since their morals were bad, that's not a bad thing. I feel like it gets taken over by libs or whatever you want to call it. And that's who pays the bills, and so it's going to be interesting. So basically what I'm doing is scrolling through there periodically, because I'm not actually subscribed to anything because it just fills my mailbox, which is already full of spam, so I can't deal with that. So when not posting stuff, I just do the doom scroll over there, and they allow me to do a thing similar to what YouTube allows me to do, which is spank things that are not with my quality criteria. YouTube, what you have to do is you keep an eye out for that sidebar and continue to tell it, like, yeah, don't show me that, it's bad. And there's a similar thing on Substack. So I'm watching to see to what extent do they throw alt-right people at me when I've specifically said nope. And I'm making a point of when I say nope, not like this. I'm telling it not interesting. I'm not telling it nope politics. I'm specifically sending the signal of no, that's lame. That's not interesting. I'm not impressed by that. And I want to see how hard they try to fling the alt-right guys at me. It's my little experiment there. But the information I'm putting into there is largely a sort of like Y combinatorially Hacker News style pontificating about the future of AI and the genetic algorithm. I was going to write a book. I didn't get to write a book because not everybody gets everything. And I get to be Chris from Airwindows, but there's a bunch of other stuff I don't get to do. But I put some time into this, and so now I'm dumping it on Substack for nothing. Maybe people will pay attention. At the very least, as I do that, and I'm starting with the 2019 stuff and specifically saying, oh, hey, I wrote this back in the day. If this checks out with where things have gone by now, maybe you should listen to what I say now. And that's interesting in its own right. But I'm following it up with current day further analysis. And it's all going to continue to be on that line of being like a Y Combinator or Hacker News style Silicon Valley guy. I'm specifically taking an angle that is like this abstracted, not a person who lives in a house and has to burn wood not to freeze kind of person. Whereas on YouTube, you get to see quite easily, why, yes, I get to have nice cameras and things because I work for a living, but I also, and those are not as expensive as, say, healthcare, but you also get to see the fire that I set every winter in order to not freeze and stuff like that. So that's proving interesting. It was actually on Substack that I stumbled across the charming news that a bunch of Christian nationalist military guys, including those in positions of command, but not all up and down the chain of command, just certain ones in specific places, are like, yay, we're doing the end times. Don't worry, you'll get your 1,000 virgins if you die in this battle, this holy war for the soul of Christianity to bring Jesus back. They're literally going on like that. And it's not going over well with like soldiers necessarily, because not all of the soldiers are crazy people. But apparently there's a bunch of crazy people, and that's messy. So I guess we'll see what happens on the back of that. Anyhow, what else is on my mind? Part of what's on my mind is continuing to do this clip-only thing. I have some ideas as to what I can do to further explore this. One of them is use my same test things, but have one of them fade in, and that'll probably tell me something useful. One of the things I'm thinking about is music making. I have not been able to do music making for literal years, and I'm not sorry because this is worth doing too. But I am very curious. I think what made me think of that was that I had tried the new Bezi Q2 plugin on DI electric bass, because I have a DI electric bass sample from years ago. And it was before I was using flat wounds on the bass. In fact, it was while I was using round wounds. And I was able to use that to get such a useful DI sound for my purposes. Other people might not like this sound as much as I did, but for my purposes, I was able to get a DI sound where I could plug the bass in, or I hadn't plugged the bass in, but if I plugged the bass in, and just took the DI of it, and rather than run it through anything amp style, rather than run it through like Punchy Deluxe or chime a guitar to or whatever, anything that would likely be a useful thing to use. I could just run it into this filter and basically cut some mid-ranges and boost the extreme lows and boost the extreme highs. And what I got was a DI sound without a lot of, it didn't have saturation, so it wasn't bringing up noise or anything. And I ran that into dark meter, or regular meter would work just as well. One of the things I'm going to be putting into these meters this week is tomorrow I post the Beatles' Lovely Rita as a forbidden music. That's going to be amusing because you won't believe what this thing measures like. It's crazy. It kind of unscores the idea that I know what I'm talking about hit record-wise in terms of this most epoch-making of hit records, Sgt. Pepper's, has this contained within it. But with what I can do with the filter is just increase the bass to the point where just playing the bass with your fingers, you can make sounds on any register at any frequency, and it perfectly balances as far as zero cross is concerned. Like, it'll do the extreme deep stuff, it'll do like string thumps as kick drums, it'll do all of those things, and it'll balance perfectly. And that's probably useful. I feel like there will be a way of making that be useful, because one of the things that I want to do is work out how to get music going in such a way that there's value in simply sitting down and, oh, I forgot to mention, I have another something. Dun dun dun. I finished making the arrangement cards. This is them. They are all shuffled. They are all two-sided. You do yourself a hand of these and then play them and compose music based on what you have played out of your hand. Every new section of music, you play a new card from your hand, you take one of the cards back, and you flip one of the cards that's there. For instance, this one on the top of the deck happens to be Mood Kind. So the options you have if that has been played are Time of Rest, Bass Like a Hug, Major Ninth, and white keys, key of C, flute, guitar, and pentatonic minor in A minor. So it tells you, like, if you were playing guitar leads over it, this is where you would have your pentatonic scale fit, because that's how we used to learn how to play. If you've learned a pentatonic scale, either major or minor, you can also overlay a 7-note scale, and it'll be the same shape. So that's very handy. And that shows you where on the neck you would go for it. And then if you flip to this card, he says as he drops the card, don't mind me, it's been a rough week, you get Mood Cruel. And Mood Cruel says Angular Dislocation, Lightning Strike, 17, 3 different variations on 17. You could pick 665, 4445, or 557. And then lastly, 1 sharp, key of G. The sharp note is F sharp. Guitar pentatonic minor in E minor. So if this card is played, you can make up something based on any of the things on the face of the card. And you'll theoretically have like a couple of other ones. For instance, you could have these 2 cards being played at the same time. So that's Cruel Mood and Space Clear. This offers you 3 different 17s. This offers you 3 different 11s. Pick among any of those. You could be in the key of G. You could be in the key of D. That is actually very close to each other. 1 sharp and 2 sharps. And it'll tell you it's guitar pentatonic minor in E minor or in B minor. And if you wanted to, you could dig up the sharps and flats At least I believe I can if I look hard enough. Yeah. Okay, here we are. So here are some of the cards you could also stumble across. Rather than getting the one that gives you all these different descriptions and also says 1 sharp and says these things about it, you could get this card. Or dig up this card if you knew that you were going to be using 1 sharp. I'm going to say, just for the sake of argument, like if you played this card, you get to go and search for this card as a reference. And this has the chords, and whether they're major or minor, in that key. It says like Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixo, minor, and major. So if you start on this chord, you can work in Phrygian. If you start on this chord, you can be in Dorian. And down the center is the chords you get. And then to the sides are adjacent keys. So where it says A and then C sharp minor, and then down at the bottom an F sharp minor, that would be going from 1 sharp to 2 sharps. And those are the chords that would open up to you. And they would also take away notes from these chords. If you go from 1 sharp to 0 sharps, which is just C, you open up D minor and F. And so if you base things on the center chords, that's pretty straightforward, and that is in 1 key. But if you make stuff up that also includes these adjacent chords, it's still going to basically sound like music to people. They won't necessarily spot where you're switching keys because you're not switching keys very far. And I'd spent years coming up with all of this stuff. There are large circular drawings that I did to plot out where the chords go and stuff, and this is me simplifying it. And even this can be flipped. If you played this, and they were like, okay, I'm going to play a card, I'm going to remove a card, and I'm going to flip this card, what happens? It gives you white keys. It went from 1 sharp to 0 sharps. So now, this is the same thing that you had on the far left column. This side is the stuff that you had available in the previous key of 1 sharp. And then you get 1 flat, which becomes B flat. That's the flat that gets added. And we have a different set of things, like if you start in Dorian, or if you want to do this in minor or whatever. A minor is the relative minor to C. And it shows you that you could play a B flat major and you could play a G minor. And that steps further into the 1 flat key. And there's a full set of these in there as well. And yeah, this got finished to some extent anyhow. I still need to plot them out, probably in a Godot application, and render out all of the card faces and backs so that I can go and have them printed. I'm pretty sure I can do that. I am not sure whether it's worth me just... I'm going to need to wait until tax time comes around because I'm in the final stages of sorting that together. And that has the capacity of like blindsiding me real good. So I got to wait and see what that has in store. I'm already cutting back on food and all that kind of stuff, but I might have to do that even more hardcore, which if that's so, then okay. And it's just part of being human in 2026. And if it turns out that I can spring for like ordering a big old batch of arrangement cards, I can design those up, and it's not that tricky. It's not like I'm doing a print on demand thing. I'd be getting like 100 of them made. And it would be more effective to go and get 1,000 of them made. But getting 1,000 of them printed, although that helps as far as investing in it and getting into a region for a price break. This is entrepreneurial stuff. You don't necessarily need to care about this, but maybe you do, depending upon who you are and what you do. And oh, Erin, okay, I hope that your family is well. And thank you for coming and letting me know about that. I'm going to bounce right back over because I don't have anything particularly helpful to say other than my sympathies are extended. But I will probably be able to get 100 of these card decks made for people. I would like to try using them before actually getting them printed. As much as I've been working on this for a long time, I don't necessarily know that it's any use to anybody, so I'd kind of like to get these things printed up properly. Maybe one day if I do get them printed up and people find them super useful, maybe I'll like auction off this original deck once I've made them, had them printed, probably in such a, like, I think I can get them where you'd be able to shuffle them easier, because this is basically just like blank cards bought off of Amazon, so the edges are terrible. These can't be shuffled in a convenient way, so because the edges are completely straight, so they don't actually squish together. You have to fold them and riffle shuffle them to make them work. But yeah, it's very likely that I'll be able to make like 100 decks of those and be able to start like fulfilling them and sending them out to people. I'm probably not going to do a digital version. I'm probably also not going to stop people from doing a digital version. But, you know, the idea is this is just more safeguards for keeping me on the job and being able to do what it is that I do. I got to look ahead. The world that I'm in is disconcerting. Like I have just sort of made that command decision, and I don't want to lean too heavily on this. I'm going to be posting, when I post the plugins on Airwindows, the ones that I personally make are now going to go on top. Airwindows Consolidated runs one line below that. I'm no longer going to put Airwindows Consolidated as the first representative of what I'm doing, because A, that's not me. That is a Bacon Paul project. I really appreciate this Bacon Paul project, but we just got into a thing on the GitHub where somebody was making a feature request, which is a very good feature request that people have asked him for before. And it was, can we have a notes element rather than just Airwindowpedia for explaining what the plugins are? Basically, can we have a, can it be a giant notepad with a separate little notes area for every single plugin? And that's an interesting request, and it certainly seems doable. I'm sure he'll be able to figure it out. My understanding is he doesn't intend to entirely figure it out, because he says he's using Claude for everything now, and so he's going to whip that out, which apparently he has not done. He's just said, oh, I know I could have Claude do that in a weekend. If so, that's not my project, and I develop my stuff on an old laptop in Snow Leopard. So I'm not taking anybody's pull request, with one exception. A guy asked for a comment change that helped his Eurorack build for the Airwindows plugins work better. I accepted that plugin. I accepted that push request or pull request or whatever it is that they do. Other than that, no. I do not take pushes from other coders, and more that is going to be a giant flood of AI using people. And the AI using people, oh, fair. Well, you were in solid company seeing at, I can probably even counsel you as to what you can probably expect and what you probably can't. Like Paul, and Paul is very good, is finding ways of using that stuff. Certain busy work type stuff apparently goes very quickly. My question becomes, hang on a second. I have my firewood stuff to do being human as I am, I sort of heard that fading out. It's time to throw another log on the fire. See, Claude, don't have to do this. This touched on the conversations I was having and the stuff I've been posting to Substack, as a matter of fact. I made an argument in the most recent Substack post, which was chapter 2 of the book that I was in the process of writing. I made an argument that certain things are possible for AIs to experience. Now let me explain. You don't actually get to have AIs that are like, I got cold when my fire went out and I wasn't able to feed myself in the winter. Or I had conflicting feelings. And there's many interesting things going on in the world to talk about. In fact, we'll do this and I'll finish clip only 3 and get something else done. But there's a lot going on. And a lot of it is very interesting. And I have a perspective on some of that stuff that I started building in 2019, that book that I was writing. That book is all about artificial life and the genetic algorithm and concepts like the growth of populations relative to the coming up with clever algorithms. Like if you were programming a thing, let me do an algorithm to sort numbers in the most efficient way, because that's a good way of testing something like that out. Well, this has been tried. There was an old supercomputer called the Connection Machine, and a guy named Danny Hillis who worked with it. And he was doing, Connection Machine was not so much one single processor that was hyper powerful. It was just a large number of processors, all in parallel. And he developed a genetic algorithm and artificial organisms called ramps. These are things that basically they were programs to sort numbers. It's a bit of an abstraction, but computers are good at abstractions. AI will end up being capable of abstractions. And they existed to sort numbers. You rated them by how well they sorted the numbers, and then you interbred them and had them do genetic crossover with their list of instructions, their list of program instructions that let them sort numbers, whatever the opcodes were for that. And then you made an entirely new population and ran with it. Much like in my Into the Matrix program, I am generating, starting with random options for reverb sounds, and then keeping a high score list. And of the top, I think I ended up with 10, maybe 10. I don't remember how many I ended up with. Of the top scorers, you could also randomly be picking a delay time from one of the top scorers, so that incorporates an element of genetic algorithm, even if it is not specifically crossover, because a reverb algorithm of a householder matrix isn't the same as a sequence of instructions, so not all the rules are the same, but it draws from the more successful options. And these experiments with Danny Hillis's ramps led to some really profound insights into things. In particular, you could end up with plateaus where essentially the genetic soup became stultified. There was a sort of predominant tactic for sorting the numbers that had, and these started as the opcode started random. It did not start in a functional way. It was not seeded with a program to do the thing and then try to make it better. No. it started as random noise. And they evaluated random noise by like, well, what if this random noise works better for sorting numbers if you read this as opcodes? That's what's so interesting about it. People talking about this are inclined to use language like it's like looking into God's heart, seeing how populations that are randomness and don't necessarily have capacity for doing anything, you run this long enough and amazing, unthinkable stuff happens, because natural selection leads to these juxtapositions of funny ideas, and you wind up with these breakthroughs and things that are just unaccountably effective. Genetic algorithm solutions are wild. They are the most bizarre, genius, not know how work crazy things that you could imagine. They're extremely counterintuitive. And the way plateaus work is a population is just filled with sort of one way of doing things. And if it stays with one way of doing things for too often, then that strategy kind of predominates, and you stop getting many opportunities to try anything else at a level that would hopefully work. So what Hillis did in order to make this work better was he set up a rival set of genetic algorithms. And these were designed to essentially prosper by how effectively they could make challenge cases for the first set of number sorters that were the most impossible things for the first set of number sorters to do. So it was an adversarial thing, and people are doing adversarial stuff in AIs these days. But this was done quite a long time ago. And having done this, he found that the effectiveness of he called them ramps, I guess because if you sort numbers perfectly, then the numbers become a little ramp of values. And having set the anti-ramps loose on the ramps, everything sunk into chaos and became very agitated. Rather than sitting at a plateau or a while, it got a lot more chaotic, and the fitness function raced up and up and up. The ability did a thing which was kind of similar to what AI people talk about as escape velocity. Actually, that might have been Bungie Marathon talking about it, but rampancy is what Bungie would call it back in the old Marathon days. But this capacity to take that abstraction and pit a different abstraction against it led to a situation where if these number sorting things had feelings and thoughts and stuff, they'd probably become very agitated. They're like, what the heck is this? We were fine. We knew how everything worked. And then all of a sudden these harder problems are coming along. And yet the overall fitness of the experiment started racing up and up and up. The algorithm started to become incredibly good at what they did. And this happens also for things like other abstractions. There's an abstraction called the John Muir Trail. And that's also, all these things are in the book Artificial Life by Stephen Levy, which I strongly encourage people to read. The John Muir Trail is a series of dots on graph paper. And you're supposed to write a program where a mouse that can be in a position on the graph paper executes a series of opcodes. I'm not sure how much state it gets to have to follow this trail, which is dots that go like in this direction, and then they go that direction, and then over here and over there, and then there's gaps in the trail, and then the very final end of the trail is like, okay, and then there's a gap, and then there's a night move where it's like over 3 and then over 2, and then there's another gap, and the final series of moves for the John Muir Trail and abstraction are unreasonably impossibly hard to write a program to be able to follow, because you got to write a program that'll be able to follow all those things. All of the simple moves, all of the difficult moves. And so they tried genetic algorithms on it, and the genetic algorithms completely succeeded in being able to write in whatever opcode it used this program to follow the John Muir trail of dots on graph paper. Same deal. You apply the ability of the genetic algorithm to pull information and meaning out of basically randomness, and then you set up an adversarial situation where it's not just made convenient, but you've also got a countervailing factor going on. And there's a little abstraction that I have been interested in for many years. And it was an experiment that a guy did on GitHub and then removed his original thing and replaced it with a bunch of how to optimize AI algorithms thing. But the original thing was still available, just not at the original place. And it was an exploration of wealth distribution. And this is another abstraction. So if you take a model set of entities and you say, okay, each of these entities has $10. Every turn, each one of the entities gives one of its dollars to another entity. That's it. That is it. Nothing more. What happens? Does it stay even? Does it change in some way? What's the distribution you get out of the end result? And I point out, this is an abstraction, and AI can experience this experiment. Now, an LLM, that's language. That's not necessarily the same thing as an AI, but an AI could personally experience this experiment because it is a thought experiment. Antrave, you're close. No, it does not depend on the randomization approach. Assume perfect randomness. What happens? What happens is a statistical distribution begins to show up which is exponential. In the absence of value, in the absence of intention, in the absence of anything, no matter how good the random is, you wind up with the statistical distribution of an exponential wealth curve. And this is not because the randomness is failing. No. It'll become quite extreme. So I think if you ran it long enough, you might have one of the agents, because we'll call them agents because they're not people. They don't have any thoughts. They're zombies. They do nothing but a random choice. And they don't know how many tokens they have, and there's nothing to them. It's a thought experiment. If you run this for long enough, you could very likely end up with one of the agents having 90% of the money. This is because it's a factor of statistical distribution. The mechanic that's working is similar to the mechanic in the Monty Hall problem, which is also a counterintuitive thing, where every step, every agent that is randomly giving one of its dollars to another one of the agents picked at complete random, it is wagering one of its dollars in a situation where, imagine if it's lucky, it gives $1 to another agent, which gives $1 back to it in its exchange. But then if it gives $1 to something else, which doesn't give $1 back to it, then it is losing out. And that sounds like it's a even equal exchange of stuff. But when the one that has the end of the exponential curve, and again, there is no merit to any of this. It's just a phenomenon of how exchange of value works. the one that has like $1,000,000 and then gives $1 to somebody randomly, and then maybe one of the other ones randomly gives $1 to it or not, is wagering 1/1,000,000th of its total amount of available resources. The one that only has the $1 is wagering all of it. And that change in probability for, are you going to lose half of your wealth to giving it randomly to another agent? Or are you going to lose 1/1,000,000th of your wealth through giving it randomly to another agent? Has a cumulative effect. And that's how that works. And there is a direct mapping onto the real world's market dynamics where intention does have an effect, where value does have an effect. You add intentionality to this, you add value to this, and you add like dragon-brained greed to this, and you wind up with people being able to exploit their wealth very aggressively. So that's why that can go even more aggressively than before. But in the base experiment, in the thought experiment of just giving a random dollar to one of the agents, and nobody knows they have wealth or don't have wealth, nobody's doing anything or has a thought in their heads, they're just giving a random dollar every turn, the distribution becomes exponential. It's wild. I've run this. I've seen it go. An AI can run this thought experiment if it is an AI. It's not capable of experience in a human sense, like it can't be cold or warm or whatever. We can't get it to taste or hear or see. But if it is an artificial intelligence, it can represent thoughts and run an experiment like that. For instance, the way that AIs these days use tools to, like, people are making the terrible mistake of running Claude or whatever through like OpenClaw or something and going, here, take my entire life. And here's all of my logins and stuff. Go out and make me money and book me an excellent vacation in Dubai, or God knows what they're doing. It's astonishing what's going on. But an AI that can't experience anything in reality, Liam Christopher, that is also a factor. That is also a factor. Although I'm not sure whether that's really it. I think it's more that every step you are essentially risking a percentage of your total wealth. And bear in mind, there's no value judgment to any of this because there is no value being tested or represented. It's just every step, every agent randomly gives $1 to somebody else. You could have it set up so that every agent gets $1 and then randomly spends it, in which case you can't actually ever run completely out of money. But I think even if you did a, obviously, if you run this calculation and agents end up without $1 to give, that alters their thing. Although in that case, they have nothing to give, but there's a percentage that they will be given $1 for nothing because there's no value in any of this. It's just straight random exchange within this set of agents. Then at that point, the one that has nothing has only $1 to gain. So I ran this model, and I probably should go into Godot and like set it up as something that people can try and play with themselves. I ran this model and fooled with the algorithm to see what would happen. Its taxation works really well, as a matter of fact. It takes shockingly little to redistribute some of the stored wealth to the lowest wealth agents. And again, there's no value inherent in any of this. Nothing is doing anything better than nothing's doing anything. It's just randomly being redistributed. It's shocking how little it requires to make it less of a crazy exponential slant. You can have it be any slant you want. It just depends upon how much you mess with the algorithm. When the algorithm is completely untrammeled, just purely free market giving dollars at random with no value, if value is involved, then doubtless things can prosper on the basis of being good. But if there is no value, the exponential thing takes place. And that's kind of the point of the exercise, is that you run this calculation, which could be like a skill that an AI gets to be able to write a program. They're quite good at writing programs. They're quite good at writing scripts to write other programs, or increasingly getting more capacity to use people's experience in writing programs to solve their problems, to identify problems and write programs to solve them. A lot of that stuff is getting automated. And it doesn't mean it's always going to be done right, but it does mean that AIs will be able to build into their calculations experiments like that. That means AIs can axiomatically accept that redistribution of wealth does not form an equal distribution based on value, or indeed a distribution that is in any way related to value. Random redistribution will lead to concentrations of whatever resource it is that you're trying to distribute that are exponentially wrong and not associated with any form of value or reward, just on the basis of statistical exchange. AIs will be able to reference this like a person burning themselves on a stove. It's abstract. It's a thought experiment, and it can be reproduced by writing a little program to do it. Much like you can write a little program to do the Monty Hall problem. You can write a little program where in the Monty Hall problem where, you pick a door and then Monty opens another door to reveal the one that you don't want. Do you switch? Yes, you do. And the reason is because the odds have just changed by virtue of him putting energy in to specifically show what you wouldn't be doing, changing the odds of what your selection would have been. So yeah, and a little bit earlier, Jonathan Bellot mentioned a lot of people are very zombie-like. Yeah, that's it. I'm exploring the ideas in this substract that I'm doing. I've got a concept of dragon-brained people, which is like if you're doing that redistribution thing, and so you sit on top of the giant mass of money, which could have been done by some form of merit, or it could have been done just statistically. I've established that you can just do that statistically with no merit whatsoever. It's possible to end up sitting on a giant pile of money and being no better than anybody else. It's mathematically demonstrable that that is a thing that can happen if you have exchange of value in any way. So people who decide, I'm sitting on top of a giant pile of money, therefore what I say goes and everything should be like this. That maps onto the genetic algorithm situation as plateau. It's people who, like I said, are dragon-brained. They're sitting on top of their pile of gold and going, well, clearly I represent everything that should be, so everybody should be like me, and I'm going to use my money to further establish that concept. That's dragon brain. That is counter to, I'll get into you, hater. I'll answer that in a moment. I'll get right on it. The problem with the dragon brain thing is that is counter to progress. And it is abstractly demonstrable. And an AI will be able to work out that this dragon brain nonsense is counter to progress by associating the distribution thing, where value does not give equal outcomes, with the plateau problem of having certain answers dominate in the genetic soup and stop new answers from breaking through and reaching higher levels. If the goal of AI is to become more intelligent, it cannot do the dragon brain thing. And a lot of the people who are assuming terrible things from AI takeoff and escape are assuming that it can only become a larger, greater dragon brain thing because they are anthropomorphizing. They are dragon brain people. And assume that it can only be a dragon brain thing. And anything like that will become part of a local plateau and stifle itself. AI will not be able to develop and take off unless or until it's able to rise above that line of thinking. So yeah. So, and I have coding to do, of course. I have another cup of coffee to make. So let me gulp this cup of coffee and I'm going to answer the Hater 63. And then maybe rush off and make my other coffee. Don't worry about it being out of topic. That's why I'm here, is to be able to answer. Here, I'll show you what I was about to show you the fireplace coding stream. Here we go. So what is it like porting my plugin to Mac, Windows, and Linux? How difficult is it to do, and which platform is it harder to port your plugins to? Well, I'm gonna show you what I'm doing and how I start and how I continue. It's we are looking at the thing which I'm going to come to some kind of conclusion on. This is a plugin called Clip-Only 3. So the way I'm starting it, we're talking about porting. It is starting as an audio unit for retro machines. So what I've done is made Xcode have the capacity to do new projects. Got a couple of options. I also get to do this, but it's been a while since I fooled with that one. And in this context, and I believe I've got these up on my GitHub. If I select with CocoaView, what it does is it selects a stereo template for audio units. If I don't, it selects a mono template. And I'm going to do that now. And I'll leave it as untitled because we're not going to actually do anything with this. Now, I don't have much capacity for making other versions of Xcode do templates. I've just lucked out in that I was able to get this part working, and I've just stuck with it. What I do is I go in here and start filling in these blanks. Like it's going to fill in things like it filled in that it's 3.3.26. So some of this was filled in the template, and it's filling in the name that I specified in all these places. I have to tell it the ID in the version.h here. That's my manufacturer name, dither, of course. And then what I do is I start filling in things like, we're going to quickly get into this with the Clip-Only 3. Clip-Only 3, I've also got all of this stuff available. These are possible controls that I could use and assign to things. It's making 26 of them because I made one for each letter. I could keep going if I wanted, but I don't have to. And I'm going to be cutting down the numbers of those. And then it's also generated a C++ file, which has the rest of the stuff that you use to make something like this work. Values and things. There's different ways of manipulating this stuff. Here's where we reset values that are established in the H file. Here's where we've got some template code here that I don't actually use anymore. We've got stuff like overall scale here, which is going to be a factor of sample rate. Tell me what the sample rate is. And then here is the guts of the code, which I think is what you were talking about, Hater 63. This is essentially what things do. So if we leave some details like this aside, what this particular plugin does as untitled, which I'm going to throw away immediately because there's nothing here, is it makes a dry sample variable, which is where we started. We've got A through Z as parameters. They're going to make little sliders that you can manipulate. And A becomes a gain plugin. B becomes a dry wet plugin. And then part of what my plugins do is they dither to floating point, because I've been doing that for ages. It's not impossible for me to come out with something interesting to do there as well. For instance, I could do a dither to floating point that was dither to floating point wide, like Paul Wide in TPDF wide, except for you wouldn't really hear it because it's not really loud enough to hear. But I've got it there because it's kind of mathematically correct that other people just don't do. And I feel like it helps the sound, especially on a 32-bit bus. That's not something that AIs will know to do unless they start reading all of my code. One thing that would be likely to happen is if you told an AI to write an Airwindows plugin, it would probably include this chunk of text at the end without knowing what it was or what it did. It would just be like, well, that's always there. I guess I better put that there because that's always there. Much like a graphics AI reconstructing art from a particular artist and then including their signature because the signature is always there. This would be like a signature for me. It would be including the stuff that is copied and probably getting it verbatim because it would be copy pasting. And if it did that and then knew to define the internal processing bus as double, because that's always there also, it would probably be able to incorporate that criticism that I include in these plugins. And yep, we're going to not save that and we're going to get it to go away. So the thing that I do next is I make a VST plugin like this, and that's also a template. By the way, let me know if you're still there, the Hater63. I shouldn't go on forever if you're not. And this is basically just like the same thing that I did before, except for in this case, this is the VST version, and it is the old school VST version. It is the old plugin. But it includes a lot of the same things. For instance, this is a stereo version of the same floating point dither that I was using before. Again, like I said, I could conceivably start doing a floating point dither wide where it would do this and then do the right channel. And then if they were too similar to each other, it would do one additional step of randomness and then take that. That would work. Now, whether an AI would think to do that is a fair question. Because to think to do that, it would have to go, well, what else can we do that is a Chris-like thing to do? Well, this is called a dither. Chris has done several dithers, one called Paul Wide, which is a high-pass dither, and one called TPDF, which is a TPDF dither, that take two successive random values done in exactly this way. And then if the results are too similar, it'll pick another random value that's more likely to be not exactly the same as the other channel. And it ends up still being working TPDF or still being working Paul dither, which is nothing but a high-pass TPDF. But it will produce, in theory, a wider soundstage, just like Paul Wide and TPDF Wide produce a slightly wider soundstage in the context of dithering. That is something that if an AI was really good at what it did, and it was looking through the code and going, what happens here? What does this do? oh, look, he's doing a thing that says in comments that it is making the thing wider because the word wide shows up here. And it does this technique. And here's our floating point dither. It's a similar technique this entire time. It's even using some of the same factors. And yet, it is not doing this technique for making the sound be wider. Why don't we start including TPDF wide in this floating point dither, but apply it using the way the floating point dither is applied? And it would work. Mind you, I can also do that, so I don't have to wait for it to do it. But that is the way that something like an AI would be able to come to what seems like a novel idea because it's latent in the context of what I've already done, kind of waiting to be done. Similarly to how once I finish with this, not this, this is already fine. We're going to remove that. That is just another template. And I correct these, make them get up to speed, hopefully remember every little detail to be right. And, YouTube AI did a very funny thing this morning. I called it on it, in fact. A guy was like, oh, keep going like this and we're going to have to add a T to your name, Chris. And then the YouTube AI read that comment. It gives me like prefab button push comment replies for freaking everything. Its goal in life is to make life easier for me by giving completely bland, empty responses to any little thing that people can say so that they can feel responded to. And I'm sorry, that's cold. I'm not going there. But I typically look at all of the suggested YouTube responses that they give so that I can see if any of them are particularly dumb or particularly funny. YouTube AI suggested that I respond to that guy by going, haha, yes, I guess I'm going to have to change my brand name to T. Chris. That's not what he meant. That's not where he was going to put the T. And I was like, oh, no, honey, no. No, that's not a thing. I grant that I'm trying to help people, but then so was Mr. Rogers. It's possible to be nice and try to help people. Please go forth and try to help people. That doesn't make you Jesus. But people keep harping on that all the time. They're like, oh my God, you're the second coming. No, I'm not. I'm super not. But thanks for being impressed, I guess. And so the AI was like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm going to have to change my brand name to T. Chris. I'm pretty sure it didn't get the joke. But oh man, what a joke to not get. Wow. Yeah, so like I'm currently watching the guy who is working on this noising up aliasing concept that we've been fooling with. In fact, I should be able to, hang on, why am I even opening that? I'll be wanting to do it like this. Open twisted wave. I'm probably going to want to bring in the, and then open the sound file, if I can find it. It's a sweep, yes? Sweep up, yep. And then I had this. And we've also got a way of looking at it in Voxengo Span. Crescent, nice. So the point of that is to see whether the noise factor was able to break up the aliasing. And there were things that it was able to do, and it wasn't able to make the aliasing go away. So I was able to establish, no, you can't make aliasing go away just by randomizing this. But I'm interested in what you can make happen. And I feel like one of the things that I discovered here was See, this is aliasing coming into focus. And you can kind of hear the whooshing noise of the noise being introduced. So there were some settings where I was exploring the ideas of having, as the aliasing starts to get introduced on the very tips of the low frequency waves, I could have it introduced with bursts of noise rather than just strictly an aliasing note being introduced, and then the noise could get louder the harder you distorted. And I think that's probably worthwhile, because it's not only about can you make the aliasing be replaced by noise, it's more about can you bring artifacts that are the consequence of this distortion in such a way that the amplitude of the artifacts tracks how hard you're distorting. I think that's probably worth experimenting with, so I'm going to be doing some of that today. And my hope is to get rid of all these crazy sliders and end up with a no controls clip-only 3, which works the same way that my previous clip-only stuff works. And then, like the person who said the listening to the delta of clip-only 2 will make you a believer, well, I should be able to do better than that. We shall see. But yeah. So it's 12:30. I feel like I should be able to get this done today. Having done my little in the morning when I go online, there's this little burst of where all the people show up over lunch or whatever it is that they do, and then they all leave. And so I'm going to keep some of the boring stuff for after people all leave. But I did some of the talking about AI and that wealth exchange concept and genetic algorithms for when there were people. So that's cool. And yeah. So one of the things that I can do here, at least if I make a bit of an effort, is put on SWB audio capture for here. And yeah, like I said, the card game is worked out now. I just have a lot of graphic design to do as far as making this many individual cards that I can send off to get printed. And it's probably going to include Godot to generate the images. I don't know if I can automate it in such a way that it'll generate the images and then spit out like JPEGs or PNGs or whatever. I might be able to do that. But I know that I can make a screen which draws these nicely and represents them in such a way that it's something I would like to have. And then I got to copy all the data across. But I would like to get into making music again at some point when I can. Because one of my concept behind this card game and what I'm doing there is essentially here. Let's switch over to, I'll give you something to look at while I go for my coffee making excursion. Ooh, okay, well, good night, Peter. Sleep tight. There's a Josh Johnson video. He's a comedian on YouTube. He did a thing of this TikTok prank is helping men, and he cited the prank where dudes would be calling each other up and wishing them a good night. Sleep well, don't let the bed bugs bite. Like calling a male friend up and going, hey man, sleep well, I care about you. I'll see you tomorrow, sleep tight. And some men freak the heck out at that. But he's like, this is the funniest prank, and it's also healing, guys. Because sometimes it doesn't even freak the person out. They go, are you a hostage? Are you saying this because something bad is happening? Sometimes they get it. Like, yeah, man, you too. And it's the most wholesome thing ever. So let's see. Let me put on some music and run off and make a cup of coffee. And then I'm going to gear into, I really want to see the end of this Clip Only 3. I feel like I've done enough. And I should be able to get it to where I'll know what to do. There's a few more experiments to do with that, which I will do on stream, so you can see how I approach stuff like that, because that's important too. But for the process of doing that, it's going to be a matter of playing this weird music at you. This, I don't remember what this was, but it's one of those Bastel Castle streams. And the idea of this is to go here is a card game, and you play a series of these cards, and then maybe you only have Bastel Castles, or you only have like a drone synth. So you go, all right, I'm going to do a couple of sections of this jam. It doesn't have any chords, and so I can't play any of those, but I'll play this. And I'll play Surface Space and like Reveal Express. So then you would take something that was like a drone machine or whatever and go, I'm going to make two sections. One of them, I've got Click of Accuracy, Edge Sharpening, Frail Shell, Common Details, Engage Serious Mode, Transparent, Confess, and Minor Ninth, which doesn't count for Drone Noisemaker. So I'm going to do a section which includes, like, it sounds transparent but frail and edge sharpening, so you make up some sounds to do that, and you do that for a couple of minutes. And then you go, here's the next section. Flip the card. Now I have Entering Orbit, Heavy Deep Reverb, River Opens onto C, or 5 flats. And you're doing a drone synth noise thing, so you don't have chords or flats or anything like that. But you do have a thing that says River Opens onto C, and you have a thing that says, rather than shallow space, let's do deep space. Boom! You have your concept for your next section. So you track in some stuff and go, all right, now let's play some really deep noises. And you play another card, and the other card is like Cruel Mood. So it's like lightning struck, angular dislocation, a time signature, which you don't have to use, and a key signature, which you don't have to use. So you ignore the stuff that doesn't relate to abstract ambient. But you do go from heavy deep reverb to lightning strike. That means you make a sudden loud noise. And maybe the sudden loud noise comes from flipping this card, which says Nope, Cop and Attitude, Mood Flip to Abruptly Nice, and Minor Second Phrygian. So maybe if you have a note, the sudden loud noise is like one semitone higher than that. And then maybe it's something obnoxious like a horn sound or something. Congratulations, you've just made 3 sections in an abstract ambient thing using the little card game. And it kind of gave you ideas, but at the same time, it didn't. It just prompted you for, here are some things you can do. Here are some noises that you can make. But you fill in the noises. There were all kinds of options for, you could use these chords, you could use these time signatures. I'd probably do that if I was making up music on the fly. And the idea that I am at with this is essentially, I'm going to start doing music days rather than just plug-in days or, oh, I have a sad thing happened, not in modern current event scale sad, mind you, but sad for me. When the fuel oil tank got replaced, I had to unplug the Minecraft server, and it got unplugged for long enough that it ran out of batteries, and then when it got plugged back in again, it had forgotten what its IP address was, and I have not been able to restart it. So the Minecraft server that had been working and running with like last year and the year before, I powered up the machine. It's still running. In fact, it's still connected to the internet, or at least it's still connected to the network. But I I cannot log on to the Minecraft server any longer. It doesn't remember what IP address it's supposed to be. And so that went down. And I logged onto it and backed up the server to an SD card using entirely Linux command line stuff. So that was a day of figuring out how to do that. So I do have the backup of that server. I do not know whether I need to just write it off and be like, this will never work again, and post that to the Mediafire or whatever, because I can give people access to whatever it was they had on that server when it went down. That at least I can do. In fact, I set it up as a single player world, so I even have access to that myself, not that it's really the same. And I don't know whether I'm going to be able to solve the problem of that machine's still there, all of the data is still there, everything about it is still 100% up and running, except for I can't get it to connect, and I can't connect to it. It's even still on the network, but I don't know how to make it go. So yeah, so there's that. But yeah, I mean to be doing music things, and my thought for what I'm going to do around solving the problem of how to exist as a musician in the world of like Suno, etc., is use this little card game to make up a series of musical sections as a kind of prompt, rather than just sitting there trying to think of stuff, and set out the DAW with stretches of reference sound. Now, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to get reference sounds for like the chord that you're on or whatever. I wouldn't mind, but that's going to be big work to do. But I do have the upcoming version of Soft Clock. So I'm thinking, much like you might stripe a tape with SMPTE, stripe DAW with Soft Clock for each section. And then very possibly like use these sections and like jot down notes and things going, hey, okay, this is C minor to D to whatever, so let's do a section of that, and then let's do a section of this, and let's do a section which says this is the time signature is 0. This is where all the rhythm stops, and it just goes woo for a while and then starts up again. And splice together all of those little stripes of Soft Clock, including whatever tempos they go to, because you don't always have to have the same tempo. You can switch to a different one. I'm working on being able to come up with good ideas around how to do that. And then sit down and track an instrument over the lot, straight. Start playing. Play through all of the changes that the arrangement has set up, all of the little sections in Reaper or whatever it is that you're using, and play through to the end and stop. Maybe fix stuff up, or maybe play through originally with originally I've done this by striping it with Soft Clock or whatever, striping it with whatever reference I was using, and then editing them together, and I'm not sure that works that well. I might want to just have like 4 bars of this, and then 4 bars of that, and then 4 bars of this again, go. And having to play it, including all the changes. Because if you have to play all the changes, that is a continuing human experience, which I believe people will feel. I believe if you are able to pick something to do, doesn't have to be something really hard, along the lines with like, oh, I need to do 4 bars of this, and then 8 bars of that, and then 4 bars of something else, and then over to the solo section or whatever. Make something like that up and try to execute it. You'll have a kind of reference. Overdub something like, now I go up to the drum room and overdub drums. That will also be a continuous flow of musical experience where I'm following the previous track and the reference track, the Soft Clock. And I think these things will convey a continuing human presence that you will not get out of something like Suno, even if I'm not making horrible mistakes all the time. Because it's easy to be like, well, I made horrible mistakes, and so that's not machine perfect, is it? I think you can get groove into the factor. I think there's ways of dealing with this, and that is something that I mean to explore. Another cup of coffee is also what I mean to explore. So let's put on, and you'll be able to see it in the meters, whatever this Bastel Castrol jam was. I won't actually hear it, but you will. It's set to SWB audio capture. And I'll be right back. I'm going to throw another log on my fire, make my cup of coffee. We'll get back, and I'll get into actually working with Clip-Only 3. So this is the Airwindows version of a break. Rather than throwing on advertisements, I'll throw on music that might be horrible music, but here it is. Drop love. Dark mode for meter is the new version of meter. I don't have a good way of doing dark mode for specifically the original meter. funny to me that I don't know what you were just listening to other than it was session C in my live stream audio. But I had it piped through to the stream, but not into the room, so I didn't get to hear what it was. Yeah, the noises definitely are kind of terrible in that, again, Bastel Castells. Bastel Castells are great fun. So they're doing regular noises of various ways, and they're all based on these tiny, itty-tiny, itty-bitty microcircuits. So it's this weird hybrid between digital synthetic and analog circuit bending. And again, I don't know actually what you were hearing because I didn't have it set up to play through to the room, only to the stream. Yeah. So again, my idea with this deck of cards that I am going to get printed and have sold. What I mean by that is I will be selling them and shipping them out myself. So it may end up taking over my life and getting in the way of other things, but I feel it's probably worth doing. Be able to do this in such a way that it gives me ideas for pieces of music, even if the music instrumentation is as weird as that. It should still be possible to go, okay, this just said tempo of flow described as serenity, and then I can switch to this opposite tempo described as unstable for an alternate thing, and set that up and have that be able to go. Speaking of able to go, I have my wood stove fire going pretty good, and I have my coffee made. I don't get to have any more coffee today because it's been enough. I feel that it's led to suitable live stream chatter though, so that's cool. Now I have to do my actual work. As follows. Here's the noises we're working with. I'm going to turn that right down now that I have tweeters. So I can plainly hear the sort of hisses. What I'm going to want to do is remind myself what all these controls actually do. They don't have any labels or anything. So what we're looking at is a pre-boost, and that's fine. Having a boost is fine. It's not going to be in the final result, but it's going to be there. Ref clip and post clip, two separate clip amplitudes. Ref clip is the one where that noise stuff kicks in. Post clip is the one where there's a final bar on the maximum output. It's supposed to be able to control amplitude. It's supposed to be able to cut back extreme high frequency aliasing is what that's supposed to do. So I'm going to be looking at that. And then E also has a purpose, and I guess B doesn't do anything, does it? Or does it? Let's find out. No, it does. B is the amplitude of what the noise is. Noise starts out at 1, and then we subtract FPD from it. This could be a place for incorporating the floating point dither wide, because it's going to be working with the same variables here. So I could make this be essentially, it would be a flat wide in this case, but I could make it be a noise wide, which is not something that the fellow from the UK who incorporated this would have. Although he can have it if he gives credit. It's MIT licensed after all. It's a thought. It's a thought. Bringing in that, like if we can make FPD be a wide noise source rather than just a regular noise source using the same technique, I could simply start incorporating that in everything else I do. It would do no harm because the amplitude it gets applied at is so quiet that it's not going to be breaking anything. But who knows whether that might actually be advantageous. Almost tempted to start doing it and then just not tell anybody. See whether it's like, okay, here's the new reverb plugin, and the new reverb plugin dithers to floating point with a wide noise source, just to see what people do. So probably one thing I can do here, my mouse is being a pain in the butt. The reach of my mouse is very much restricted. Let's fix that. Don't mind me. I'm over here juggling mice. I don't. There we go. Now I have a little more room to mouse around, even though my situation is a little bit weirdly cramped. But clip only H. I'm going to talk my way through all of this. Sometimes that's useful for people. Even if it isn't, it's probably going to help me remember what I was doing. And I like doing that because it also reveals when it is that I'm working on new concepts so aggressively that my language stops making language anymore. Worm, just another word for muddy. No, absolutely not. Nope, it is somewhat orthogonal to muddy. That is not at all the same thing. You can have both at once. In fact, it's probably likely to have both at once, more likely than it is to have one and then the opposite of the other. But it's not the same. So let's see, here's our slew thing. In getting ready for this stream, I was thinking about using the high frequency filtering I'm going to be putting into 2-tape 9 on this, but I don't think I need to do that. I think I'm doing something else here. We'll call that drive because that's the same as my plugins where literally 0.1 is unity gain. B is going to be noise level. So it's 1 minus whatever this is. C is ref clip. D is post clip. And E is boost. So what boost? What's boost mean? What do we got here? It is part of this. Is that the only place it gets used? One way to find out. Where we define it, edit all in scope. Now they're all highlighted. Now I get to see where that happens. I do believe it is only there. I don't think it's showing up anywhere else. So final slew. Post clip divided by equals 1.0 plus final slew times boost. This is controlling the roll-off for stuff that is supposed to be extremely high frequency stuff that needs to be suppressed. Oh, this is C++, but I'm basically only programming C parts of C++. So boost, that's not really what this is. This is how much stuff get cut back. I will rename this. I will rename this to darken. Everything about it is still fine, and darken. Now the great thing about this is it's still going to keep all the settings I had. That was all from Tuesday or Thursday, the last time I was working on all this. But if I build it now, it's going to be labeled a little better than it was. Although I gotta quit out of here first. Restart Twisted Wave, at which point I get to shuffle my mouse around is what I get to do. I get to relaunch Twisted Wave and load this most recent thing. And let's just do the effect stack. And this was AD clip. No, it was clip only. Good. So here's where I left off. I was running this. We don't have the same settings on these, do we? So I'll try to return. I remember drive 0.1 is no gain. This is a sine wave. It's starting a little bit low. I can't get this to show up over these windows, but I can select these windows. That's low frequencies. That's updating poorly, but it's doing the best it can, so I'm not going to complain. See, no clipping, we get this. And there is no aliasing yet, and that's because we're not at a high enough frequency. Also, we've got some adjustments to make here too. Not there. Here. Oh, that just made it worse. We'll go back to that. Okay, so now we see the noise floor down there. This is frustrating. Fine, let's just select another area. And here's where our noise and aliasing kick in. We do not have darken engaged. But it's able to cut down that noise quite a lot, isn't it? None of this actually replaced. Let's make this be an even larger selection. I am frustrated and have lost faith with this bit. So I'm just going to let it go. This is where we got at before. So if we have no noise level, I remember I settled on about 0.25. This is garbage. I cannot believe how slowly this is frame rating. I'm very disappointed with that. I also do not know what I can hope to do to make it better. I think I'm probably stuck. Some of this I'm simply going to do by ear. I remember I had that like that. I remember I was doing darken without using this. I feel like I've gone as far as I can with this stuff. I have no frame rate. I can't see what the hell it's doing. And some of the stuff I was trying to do, I can look at the end result and see what it did. I'm sorry if that was incoherent. I'm facing challenges. Sometimes those are the days that are worth something, though. So let's expand this outwards a little bit. And then start hitting it with clip only 3 and simply ignoring the span. Span isn't helping me today. Span isn't helping me. I'm going to pick exactly the same ceiling that I had for the previous one. Currently, we're looking at it being set to a ceiling of about 6 dB down. Another option is to set the ceiling based on the overshoot. And that's not a bad option. I'm warming to that option. So we can do that. We can't make the aliasing completely stop, but if I remember correctly, we start hearing aliasing here. And this has an effect. So that's interacting with the darkening mechanic to actually make it be louder in the wrong place. So we don't want this. If we just clip lower, that's purely just plain aliasing. If we ref clip lower and post clip higher, we start getting that behavior. Post clip is what is stopping us from having overshoot. Noise level's probably fine. Darken is what is going to make the loudest parts cut back a little bit. Excuse me. What sequence of operations am I looking at addressing here? I think what I would like to do is start with post clip. Set that up so that is the maximum that I got out of the previous one. I can go and look at the streaming computer and dig up code from there. So if I go to the streaming computer, go to Mac AU and go to clip only 2, it'll give me numbers. For instance, I'll read off the screen. Ref clip is 0.95499 That equates to about minus 0.2 dB. And a bunch of this other numbers that I have in here will be replaced by noise. So I don't need all of them. So rather than ref clip being that, it's going to be post clip becoming that number. You know what? This is a fine place to go in and force it to be that number. Post clip equals D. Well, post clip equals this number. Let's copy it down and then use ref clip to dial in the way that it hits that final stage, because that's going to have a profound effect as to how it hits the noise and where the noise goes and when the noise leaves when you hit even harder. So 0.95, let's see, 499. So that's about minus 0.2 dB, which is what I had it as before. I'll even give it the same comment. When I make little comments like that, it's possible that after I have died and turned to dust, AIs will be reading that stuff and going, oh, is that what that does? And who knows whether maybe something will make some sense of it. For now, I'm just going to build this having removed that control from the equation. Let's jump back into the breach. At some point, we're going to go over to listening to alien kittens or something to dial in the final values of some of these things. I'm still interested in finding out what the test tone performance is like for some of it. So let's see. What do we got? I'm turning the speakers down as much as I can. Nobody wants to deal with these frequencies. It's even worse than when I was using the laptop for it. That said, it is most definitely the sound. And nothing changes because post-clip is no longer a factor. Ref clip, however, very much is. Okay, we can definitely bring brightness in there, but I don't think this is how I set ref clip. I don't think this is how I set ref clip. I think I set ref clip by finding what was going to work on these lower frequencies. And what I was shooting for, and we can even leave darken out. In fact, darken at 0 is left out completely. I'm not even using it at all. My idea here was make it in such a way where if it's not clipping, there's no noise, because there's not going to be any noise unless we're actually clipping. And then if you hit it softly, you hear a little bit of noise. And if you hit it real hard, you hear more noise. So if we did this, that's actually not what we want. It's gone to a hard clip that is substantially in excess of what the randomness should even do. So we can't actually do that. That is the wrong answer. So instead, ref clip has got to be a lot closer. I could drag in span again. Shall we drag in span again and see if I can find a spot where I can identify what the thing is supposed to be doing? Let's find out. Seems to have remembered what I'm currently doing. That's weird. I have to update this again. Range low is not acceptable. That was the wrong way to do it. Come on. Give me a break. Okay. So what we were seeing before was we can completely lose this in a mass of unpleasant noise. And we don't want that. But we also don't want this. So at what point does it switch over? Well, hang on though. I think I can kind of hear it. I think I can kind of hear it. That suggests something else I can do. It's not going to be in recent effects. I'll also need to turn the amplitude back up again. Slew only. Slew only is a faceless little plugin that does nothing but retain the slew. So it's going to take this entire bass wave out. And then I don't have to look at a meter. I can just see what it does. And I can hear at what point it changes from just noise to noise plus that additional spike, which is clearly wrong. That's actually kind of useful. I like that. And again, post clip, not a case. Darken's not having an effect. If this was 0.95, it'd be, oh, no. Oh God. 0.95. I don't like that click. There we go. Now I can focus a little bit better on what it's doing and try to do what it's doing. Yeah, Chad, I have watched Loading Ready Run play Gang Beasts many times. Maybe that's a good suggestion for a kind of thing to do, even if it's very different. So at what point can I boost this to where there's clearly an unpleasant artifact that kicks in? That's clearly wrong. Don't want that. So what do we need to do? At what point does this kick in? Because this is going to be the correct answer. If I hold down Option, I get to make micro adjustments on this. That's probably what I want. Okay, that's already too much. It does seem to take an effect even if they're like at the same level. And that's a little weird, but whatever. It is what it is. I do not know what this is meant to do. Nobody has like textbooks written about what you're supposed to do with this. This is just observing how the behavior goes. Let's distort it a lot more. What do we get? Okay, this is where the noise kicks in. That's what I'm listening to, is as the noise kicks in, what does it do? So as we delicately touch the noise, if ref clip goes down, it's going to start throwing noise earlier. But that's not in a good way. I don't think I automatically have exactly the same number here, although I feel like, so 0.954 was what it was. So if we set it like this, never mind. I was going to look at the waveform, and that's not what it did at all, and I just lost my settings. I am a dumbass. But I'm a determined dumbass, so we're going to keep at it. I just lost all my settings. But I really only had this one setting, so that's fine. And I don't want span there. And I don't want that amplitude level there. But I don't have to listen to it. So let's put this back. Hopefully I can remember what I was doing even if I'm not doing it. Here's a distortion level. I should have gain happening here. I should have clip happening here. There's no darken. This is no longer connected to anything. And what I should be getting is a little bit of noise on the tips of the bass wave. And I'm not, because we're not actually clipping yet. Undo. And it's just closed the damn thing again. What am I doing? Let me drink some more coffee and see whether I can get my crap together, maybe. Maybe take a moment and throw another log on the fire, because I'm distracted to the point where I can't do that either. And instead of doing the effect stack, I'm going to just start loading this. The experiment that I was doing showed me that those two levels, those two values, got to be very close to each other. I don't know exactly what the right answer is. It's not necessarily the same value. There is not necessarily a right answer here. Instead, I'm trying to observe what behaviors I get out of it. And identify what those behaviors are, so I can work out what it's able to do, and then work out what I can make it do. Now, among the behaviors I'm looking at are hit the low frequency clipping with little puffs of noise rather than just only aliasing as it starts to hit. Rather than go into only a high frequency artifact, gently go into a high frequency noise, which rapidly gets replaced by just hard clip. And the noise is at the edges of the clip and seems to fill up that space. If ref clip is too low, it fills up that space with a giant spike of noise, which is even louder than the actual clip is meant to be. So it kind of snaps upwards to the clip. It's adding more noise than it needs to. So let's see. And if I keep running this, it'll remember my settings. If I go into the effect stack, which shows span at its 1 frame per second business, it will start forgetting my settings again, which is what it did before. That's what got me before. And I'm out of coffee for the day. At this stage of frustratingness, it is not actually good to continue drinking more coffee. I'll just get more mad. K Woodroom filter. The way that filter works is it is a bidirectional Bezier filter. It's just like the DRes filter, except for rather than being DRes, it is a low-pass filter version of the same thing. So if you wanted to take smooth sounds, you always have to lower it below 0.5. Above 0.5, it's doing the continuous interpolation version of that, which causes a nasty high-frequency artifact. So if you want that, it's all good. If you don't, then don't set it that way. Liam Christopher, GrindAmp is actually very simple. It's one of those plugins that is a series of stages of filtering and stages of saturating. Much like the newer ones, like Pointy Guitar and so on. It is normal for it to have a nasty aliasing effect with values over 0.5, yes. That's why you don't set it to that unless you want that effect. A lot of the people that use my stuff enjoy, like they call that the cursed digital sound. And it is a unique sound that you can't get any other way. So it's like I make that available. if I made a more fancy version of that wastefully by just only offering fragile GUI with no change to the effect, I'd probably have that be some kind of separate switch where normally you just use the one control and then you hit the switch and it kicks in the cursed digital variation of it. That's not currently what we're doing. So, a little more boost, how about? And then apply and close without hearing it because it's set to be too loud. I think we're still not clipping. We're still not clipping. That's annoying. Well, we'll keep going. How about now? We're going to see what RefClip does here and see what changes. There's our clipping. I do not see any noise being introduced here. I see clipping, but I don't see any noise. That's interesting. Does any show up later? Maybe not. Let's iterate. I know that if this is set to a very low setting, like this, unpleasant things happen. Although weirdly, this is no longer doing the unpleasant thing I was expecting. I guess life's full of surprises. Now it's just straight up providing a clip at that point, and then it's doing a fairly neat job of fuzzing out the difference. But that's not what I wanted it to do. So let's continue iterating. I don't know why it did that before. Oh, maybe I have to do it like this hardcore. Ah, there we go. So that is misbehaving completely. And I'm pretty sure I can get it to do this just by hitting it even harder with that much of a difference between the two factors. So that answers a question for me. I should be safe to not have that happen simply by having this be around here. That's producing a noise burst. Here's where it kicks in. That's not really what I was expecting to see, which is fine. Let's see what happens. Again, if I go a little farther, I end up getting a softer cutoff. It's kicking in the noise at a lower level. And I don't think it's actually hitting the final bar at all. Unless, here's how you hit the final bar in a way that is extremely unpleasant. There we go. So we're avoiding this. See that little edge where you can have the noise, but then it's snapping to a hotter peak? That's the part I'm trying to avoid. Let's see if we can iteratively dial this in. So 0.95. I wasn't getting that, but I also wasn't getting any noise. Yep, looks to be what I was expecting. I'm not getting any noise. I'm not getting any of that. So that's no bueno. At what point do I start seeing it misbehave? Could it be 0.9? I feel like that was lower and will cause the problem. But then again, possibly not. So So what I'm looking at here is these frequencies being turned into the burst of noise, and then it goes to the full clip. And I think this is at the edges of excess. Now, I haven't seen what it's doing at much higher frequencies, but there will be a point at which it stops using this noise to transition and goes straight to only noise exists. Because I believe these are fixed duration. See, it takes up about that much space, but then if we go to here, maybe I stand corrected. So that's let's undo that and jump back in and see if I can make it have a misbehavior. 0.9 is not obviously wrong, but what about 0.8? 0.8 is very obviously wrong. See, distinct difference there. It's not supposed to be making this like little crown on top of it. That's no good. So I know that part's wrong. Hey, Grens. Yeah. You know, it's frustrating, but sometimes those days are fine. One of the things I'm thinking about with the intense frustration of days like this is I'm looking at how people are working with AIs and the degree to which AIs have no intentionality and cannot experience frustration. This, along with the way that, like, I don't know, gender norms work, find that being male can be intensely frustrating, and that poses challenges of its own and isn't necessarily a wrong place to be. It's how you handle it. So there might be a path through where embracing the degree of frustration of getting this stupid thing to work optimally, when there's no definition for what optimally is. Andy Chris Hyenas from K-Alien Spaceship Invasion. I've never heard of that, but I found K-Alien Spaceship showing up in an unexpected place. Let me show you. I've already copied this out, so I don't need that to be there. K-Alien Spaceship has an unexpected position. Here's my new measurements. My new measurements for reverbs. So that is maximal performance of a certain kind of measurement. That is neither file size, nor is it density. Instead, it is how flat is the resulting reverb. And when I do that, stuff like K-Guitar Hall and whatever, very good file size for that. That is not performing all that spectacularly, although it's pretty respectable. There's other ones like Cathedral 5 that's even poorer. But unexpected best performance, K-Alien Spaceship, made it up to E as far as evenness is concerned. That measurement is doing this, which I've done for all of these to measure them. That's 1, 2, 3 to 4 dB of difference across the entire frequency range between 300 and 10K. In other words, this one's more flat than most of them. And compared to that, a lot of the other ones aren't all that flat. So it becomes a matter of like, do I balance out how flat it comes out versus what the file size is, or the incompressibility, again, which I think is a form of naturalness, and the density, which seems to measure how far away it sounds. For instance, here is F738, which is a relatively high performer as far as being flat and not special in terms of incompressibility, but very high performance in terms of peak versus RMS and sounding relatively distant. And these all end up with their distinct sounds to them. Here is a very small one that I just did this morning. Small room. So yeah, you mentioned K-Alien Spaceship. K-Alien Spaceship ended up getting one of the top ratings for my most recent measurement on the reverbs. Thought that was kind of neat. Let's get back to this. This isn't working at all. What must I do? Maybe what I must do is zoom in here and where it starts, giving me these, and I feel like I might as well calculate this out sort of visually. There's going to be a sonic aspect to this as well. And this is going to have an effect on higher frequencies. But what I'm looking at is, at what point does the little edges of noise transition from being the sort of noisy soft clip into the physical hard clip that is set to exactly that position? And how much of this noise should there be? Because what I could do is have it go exactly up to that point, or I could have it extend to this place where it's loudest. What I need to avoid is that section here, where it's doing its little noise thing. I can see what the noise thing is, and then it's jumping to a louder volume and staying there. I feel like, and maybe this is where I start adjusting reality to suit my needs. Let's take that entire section and fade it in. So if we do this, now I get to see what this relatively low frequency thing does as it starts to hit saturation, as it starts to hit this noisy clip area. So if we have it as this, I know I don't want it to be this. Let's see what it does. And here's what it does. We get a little hint of noise. The noise becomes louder as it kicks in. And then the next thing you know, we've got a rather abrupt transition, which I can't even see on the screen because that's how abrupt it is, between full noise and all of a sudden it's cut out completely. So I feel like I'm not going to want that break. See what it's doing? It's going from noise to noise being considerably louder to all of a sudden the noise cuts out at the top of the clip. I don't want it to suddenly switch from the one to the other. I want it to make a smooth transition through these states. And this point is bad. I'm willing to be completely certain that that point is bad. It's also a fairly substantial amount of noise being thrown into it, but that's by the by. This has shown me what I kind of need to know about. That we can't have that sudden transition from the one thing to the other thing. So let's see what we get when we do the opposite. And again, I remind you, nobody knows how this foolish thing works. This is just doing what it do. Like, not even the guy with his erosion clipping knows this part, because his stuff isn't likely to do this. My thing is doing it because it's a different algorithm. So apply and close that. And I believe this will be the one that has no noise anywhere. And that appears to be correct. So if it's exactly the same value as the other one, well then on this situation we get no noise being introduced at all. And that I do not want. I want there to be a certain amount. So let's see what we get when we start splitting the difference. 0.8 was no good. In fact, let's split the difference mathematically. .875 is exactly halfway between no effect and completely wrong. Boom. That's, I think, still not correct. Look at that. Yeah. So we don't want this behavior. See how it's completely noise until suddenly it isn't. I want that transition to happen more gracefully. Although I'm kind of digging the fact that it's starting out as a intense burst of noise, and then this section here is the noise sections are getting narrower, so that is a kind of a progression. See how it's flat topping here at full volume and just noise here, and then there's a little window of full crank that appears. That part is good, but not good enough for that to be the correct setting. Split the difference 0.9125, or at least as close as I can get. There. We're going to still be getting some noise on these, but how does it act? Okay. That's good, and I also feel like that's a sudden emergence. Noise, 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 noise. Sudden little window into the noise, but it's starting from 0 there. And then as we continue, that window gets smaller and smaller as we distort harder and harder. That is, in fact, correct. Let's try it again. And how about 925? How about halfway from that? What do we got? Okay, noise. And we're still kind of looking at a sudden emergence, but it's not taking up as much space. The lower that other threshold is, the more of a difference there is between these 2 points. Also, what indeed does that sound like? Well, there's one way to find out. Let's turn this all down a bunch. I've got it quite loud. And let's see if we can hear what this is doing. So you can maybe hear this. It's not easy to hear, but maybe you can hear that. I know, I have a better idea. Stop, stop, stop. And we'll close this for now. Let's do it over a wider range. Undo that, and then stretch it out. There. Now it will take effect more slowly. Meaning I'll have to throw more gain at it to be able to hear it, but we'll be able to hear this more clearly. So we hear that gain ramping up. Ref clip is going to determine what it sounds like as we kind of kick in. So we can hear a sort of chuff. And then it goes over to just overtones, clip overtones. So if we do this, we only have overtones. We no longer have any noise in there at all. And then if we give it a little more, so there's a way in which the noise coming in kind of goes. I don't think it should be doing that. I think what it should be doing is coming in just to blur the way that the beginning of the clip starts to happen. But the amplitude shouldn't be fluctuating, and it especially shouldn't be going. So that's a little too much. And I feel like that's not enough. Although I do wonder whether we can modulate this. We can. I don't know what that's going to look like, though. Okay, if we do that, it kicks in audibly like it did before, but now I have noise level substantially louder than it was. What happens? In a let's look at what it did way. There's our noise. And there's our noise starting to back off. and becoming more or less just a flat topped at that stage. I feel like it's able to hang on to noise for farther into the flat top that way. What I don't know whether that is advantageous. I'm interested, but I don't know if that's what it needs to be doing. Let's go back to hearing what it do. I could make an effect stack with it and slew only again. Shall we? Yeah, this is enough of a change. Let's make an effect stack. Ignore span, because span's running at 1 frame a second, so I can't count on it. And put slew only in instead. And then we can turn it up and only hear the clip. So that's the thing I don't want to happen. Hear how it's sudden change? If we had noise level much louder, okay, interesting. That's a way of having it be different. That's a way of that not being okay at all. Let's save this just as it is so that I can get it back. What were we looking at when we did that? Okay, so 100% noise does this. We don't want that. We have completely changed the sound into a noise sound. Some people might want that. I'm not going to want that. That's no bueno. So we don't actually get to do that. If we instead make it be 0.5, then what are we looking at? Okay, so we do not want to put this much noise on. This much noise on is bad trouble. It's no good. It's even replacing the initial sound. So that's clearly not acceptable. Seems like 0.5 is super no bueno. I guess that's why I had it at 0.25. So let's listen to this some more. Again, if we do this, that makes it sound nice and smooth, but at the cost of it's replacing literally everything, including stuff that's not supposed to be clipped, with noise. So this is, in some part, also a volume threshold, a clip threshold. So we were working around this area and distorting very heavily. And if we set it to the previous position where it was not acceptable, where we have that noise kicking in, I'm curious as to whether this is changing the behavior. In fact, I'm going to save it like this. That's not how we do that. I'm going to quickly render it and see what we got. This is the clip only. Okay, I know why it's doing that. I may have miscalculated. I might not be understanding this in the way that I thought I did. But there's one way to find out. Effect stacks, clip only 3. This time I turn off slew only and then render it. Okay, that is what it's supposed to get. So that's cool. That's mostly doing what I thought it was going to do. Undo. Back into the breach. Now let's test it with the noise turned up as far as it'll go. Because that's the thing that I thought had completely broken it, but maybe it didn't break it as much as I thought. Rough clip considerably lower. Drive is still super high. Slew only off. Apply. So what we can see is now we have this much lower threshold for having this kick in. And it is in fact not doing anything until we hit that point. So that part's cool. Apparently I can get away with this. But what happens, see we're flat topping the burst of noise too. And then at some point it's going to suck out the middle of that wave. It looks like the more noise I have in there, the more flexibility I have to gradually transition from noise to just simple flat topping. In fact, it looks like it's even kind of gracefully transitioning from full noise to minimal noise. Maybe that's what it's doing. Looks like it's doing a little dither transition between those two things, especially here. That one, it really looks like it's doing a dithered transition, which turns into a... Again, this is not actually a soft clip. This is a dithered thing where literally all of this is already hard clipped. But it's doing a transition between the two things. It's probably also going to do interesting stuff at super high frequencies. And that is testable. Downside being that our initial hitting clip point is like 3 dB down. But it is at least doing that transition better than it was. I can even kind of see where sections like this is a statistical soft clip. That's something you can get with this type of behavior. I think what I'm going to have to do is just run that effect stack and dial it in by ear. The less noise we have, the more obnoxious it is. Closer to 0.95, the more it is just going to insist upon being a hard clip anyhow. And then noise level means nothing to it. So if we take it down, So if we did that, that's like 0.5 noise level. 0.9 ref clip is not enough for some settings of noise level. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Did that wrong. I forgot a thing. 0.5, 0.9. This is what I had it set to, although I just saved it that way. Does this. So that was not enough to overcome the way the noise kicks in, but we've increased noise level. So then remove slew only. We've got a slightly larger burst of noise here. This is what I was talking about, how I like the way the noise comes in gently. That's what I'm trying to accomplish with this particular behavior. It needs to hit its introduction of clipping, unable to produce an aliasing on this gentle hit of clipping, because it's actually just transitioning into hard clip this way. And then there's our hard clip, where there's less of the noise kicking in. And then as we go really hard, I think what I can do is sort of look at the noise area. Oh, see you later, Grins. I think I need to look at the noise area and work it out so that as it hits the point of clipping, we're at no point getting big changes in noise area. Like at full clip, there's just a little bit of fuzz to either side of the hard clip. But where we do this, we can get like this much burst of noise before it starts going away again. And I'm trying to get roughly comparable amounts of noise between the not clipped, the just barely clipped, where it's just fuzzing what would normally be the onset of aliasing, which is a regular frequency, but then we can replace that with a little burst of noise because it's acting a little bit like a soft clip. And that means we can have the introduction to clipping for low frequency stuff be a gentler and less periodic onset of high frequency content. And I think that's probably where this needs to end up. I think that's what Clip Only 3 is going to become. That it'll do its thing, but the way that it introduces the noise is as a way to blur out periodicity in low frequency aliasing. Not actually replacing the aliasing. High frequency stuff will still alias, but we should be able to have the onset into clipping for low frequency sounds like this sine be gentler and smoother than it would otherwise be, because otherwise it would go to just a little edge, gently arrived at, and then increasingly sharp. And that would be a periodic signal even with Clip Only 2, but it doesn't have to be with this. So undo. Back into the breach with this. Clip only engage, so now we only hear the highs. And then ref clip is going to be somewhere between 0.9 and 0.95. That's just the distortion. Also, if we don't have this part going, we don't hear any differences in noise level. So what we'll effectively be doing is, after having arrived at the correct setting, we will then adjust noise level to best handle this transition. Because we can make it go off completely. So we know that's enough. Okay, that's not bad. Can I push it farther? I think what's going on here is I am looking for the point at which I can have this be a moderate difference between the onsets and then bring up noise level so that it bridges that slight change. Say here where there's a change. So we're going to want it not to be as aggressive as that. That's a big change. That bridged the gap. That bridged the gap. So, can I push it further? Can I make it a little more obvious? I think I took it too far. My fire is running low again. So here's what we're looking at. I've got this situation working like this, and effectively what I'm doing is dithering the difference between these amplitude levels. Safe to turn this up louder. Maybe I want to look at what's the minimal amount of noise I can use. I'm still hearing the alteration. Okay, let's raise ref clip a little again. And again, what I'm working with is if there is no noise, rather than being a steady increase in high frequency energy off of this clippage, hear that nasty little jump? Wish I could stretch this out longer. I could, but only by making a separate test file. Maybe that's worth it. Maybe that's worth it. Maybe I should make a separate test file. Let's do it. I'm going to make a whole separate test file, and here the changes that this produces, much more slow motion. So I can just do it like this. Nice low tone. And that can be at full volume because we're going to have it fade in over the entire duration, 37 seconds. And then we're going to run it on this thing where we're hearing only the saturation. Or that's not even true. Not even the saturation. No, no, no. We're running it on this thing where we're doing slew only. That's what we're doing. So here's where it kicks in. There's where the second level kicks in. And here's where we can throw things in noise-wise to interfere with that. So here's where it starts. There's where the highs start. So I'm trying to find the optimal smoothing between these states. The state of just touching and inducing noise, and the state of switching between ref clip and post clip. That's what we're doing. And if we make too much of a difference between them, then it is an exaggerated... Let's smooth the difference a little bit. So I can hear it change there. But do I want to cover up the change with louder amounts of noise, or just have the amplitude be about the same? Okay, that's clearly not enough. Don't want that transition point. Okay. That is an amplitude at which I cannot hear the difference in stages. Whereas here's where we can hear the difference in stages. Okay, let's find the position where we can't hear the difference in stages. Not that. Oh, I hear something there. It's not obvious. Yeah, that's obvious. So at that point, I can clearly hear the entry, but not the instant of entry, just that something changed. I'm going to say that's not enough. That might be it. I might just have it. So then the next question becomes, how does this change when I start bringing darken into the picture? Because we're not listening to aliasing, but we're listening to something where we have a smooth transition between not clipped and heavily clipped at a fixed frequency. We're hearing the amplitude kind of gently ramp up and additional harmonics kind of come in, except for they're not really properly harmonics because it's not soft clipping, it's hard clipping, so it's just suddenly introducing them. Let's dial this stuff back some more. Make it a broader range. So we don't want it up this high, clearly. Let's start it. Let's start at mid-sweep and go even harder. Here we go. Yeah, so this just makes the overtones worse. Whereas 0, there's no adjustment happening at all. Let me just select one moment. It's all the same frequency anyway. Good, it's not even clicking. I like that. Okay, if we're barely distorting, what does darken do? Very little. That's going to matter more if we're cranking all the way. and we can't turn it up like this, it'll become obnoxious. So I can play with the drive control and then hear how darken affects that. And that's probably going to help a little bit. This is not enough. That's probably too much. Hard to hear. Better. Oh yeah. Okay, so when some of the noise is there, that's when I can make some sense of what darken's supposed to be. Full crank, not enough of a difference because it's not random enough. Partially crank, that's where things start getting more interesting. There's some fuzz on the edge of it. That's probably too much. So about 0.73 maybe. And remember, this is with slew only immediately after the plugin. So we're listening basically only to the distortion components on a big old sine distortion. We pretty much don't get to hear any of the fundamental tone. So I gotta take a moment for the, I'm not sure whether I should set you up with something to watch. Why not? I gotta throw another log on the fire and I'm making a little pit stop because that's what I must do. Let's see what session E was like. I shall be right back. Alrighty. Enough of this. Back to the old day job. Oh, I didn't even I never even gave you the view of the thing. Sorry. Too late now. I do my best with all this. This is just a lot, and there's nobody else here but me. Where are we at? So with this, we have a distortion with these settings, which I might as well do a little snapshot of what those were. And if this handles high frequency saturation properly, we might be done. Because we're listening only to the slew only, cranked way, 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 way up. And these are the audio components of what this low frequency wave does as it sweeps through clipping. First, just the tiniest hint of noise, which is not very loud. Then through into more hard clipping. Noise transitions to sort of a buzzy. And then as it keeps going, pitch goes up. But the outside edge always retains that sort of noisy fluff to it, rather than sounding like an electronic aliasy noise. That's probably gonna work. So I just copied that, so I'm also gonna save it. Just to make sure I have everything. Then we're gonna close this, undo back to our sweep behavior, and check out what it does on the full range. In particular, I'm going to be able to see what it looks like as it clips. And for this, I'm going to remove slew only, as I want to see what the peaks look like. Which means I have to turn the amplitude way the hell down. Okay, I made a mistake. Let's apply that again. I think what I did in making that mistake was, we've got it there. Yeah, okay, that's the mistake. The mistake I made was not to apply drive. Here we go. Now and I need to remember to turn off slew only. Although we'd be able to listen to what it does if we did leave slew only on. But what I want to see is, at what point does this clip and how does the clipping behavior work as we go into aliasing across all the different frequencies? That amount of filtering did in fact work. The super high stuff started to become quieter. Looks kind of crazy, but it did start to become quieter. Here's where our low frequency stuff's at. We're clipping pretty hard here. The amount of saturation seems about the same regardless. Let's zoom in for a moment and see what the reconstruction does. That is not going through to overshoot. So a little fuzz there, but not so much. This is not so dissimilar to what Clip Only 2 does, in that if you've got something like that, it's going to tend to not gib effect to overshoot the low frequency stuff. So that's pretty normal. And we're clipping pretty hard, but everything is still behaving pretty well. Okay. Here's where things start to get a little more interesting. Gib effect is the way that this little bit here overshoots. The onset is not overshooting very much. The output is on the edge of overshooting, but I wouldn't say that's really doing an overshoot very hard. I could keep this to below 0. I'm not sure if it's going to be necessary to keep it to below 0. What gets people into trouble typically is when their waveforms are, that little reconstruction there goes completely beyond. See, there's where the samples are. There's where the overshoots are. And the overshoots could be going like 3 to 6 dB beyond 0. But in this case, they're just kind of barely going up to 0 and stopping. Question becomes, what's it going to do as we go even higher in frequency? This might be where we start seeing some funny behavior. I see some weird flickery stuff going on. Yeah, like see where the 1-240 is? That is a bit of an overshoot. I don't know if it is a bad one. I'm also not sure whether it's worth pulling the final iron bar down enough to make room for it. Although I could, it's not that big of a deal. People normally master in such a way where they're intentionally making it so this stuff isn't gone too far. Some pretty hard clipping, and our intermediate points seem a little weird. I'm assuming that this has to do with, well, this is an area of interest, and it looks like the stuff that's getting dialed back has to do with that other thing that I'm doing. That's no longer a noise-related thing because the noise is restricted to just the very top. Up here, it's all that slew-related stuff. And I can visibly see this is being dialed back this much, and the extent to which it's being dialed back is causing the overshoot here. There's got to be a way that I can balance that out better. And it's happening sort of 2/3 to 3/4 up of the overall sweep. And then as we go farther, we're pushing even harder to suppress these overshoots with some success. And by the time we get up here, it's controlling the overshoots pretty good, although this is very much interacting with the frequency aggressively. And here we have this going on. This is our hottest overshoots. And they are just kind of going up to that point. So I chose fairly well there. And then it continues to get quieter as it goes up into the realm of completely and totally aliasing. And by this point, we're suppressing it fairly much. I should move this screen so that I can see more of chat. There you are, chap. Let's undo that and do something else. So the one that I just applied was this. So 0.555 was the amount of drive I was doing. Darken is what was causing that to happen. Let's see whether we can do it with the slew only. It'll be obnoxious sounding, but I want to hear what happens and whether I can suppress the amount of loudness out of this, because I'll plainly hear what it's doing on that front. In fact, I can zoom down here and select only this area. That's the area where it was getting loudest. So if I go to Effect Stacks and clip only 3, we are now suppressing, so 0.555 is what I had. There, that's exactly what it was before. And slew only is going to stop it from being a deafeningly loud, bassy buzz, but instead, we're going to hear all the nastiness quite loudly too. So this ends up getting loud. And in fact, I can see it going exactly up to 0, although not really over it. If it was going over 0, I do believe I would see it, although I'm going to expand the selection. Will it go back down under 0 again? No. I have an idea. I'm going to throw a gain control in here. Be a little easier to hear, first of all. But if I do that, I should be able, even with the slew only, to see what it looks like on the meter. Okay, can't do that. 3 bits down. Two bits down. And I do see it fall back towards the very end. So I may be out-clevering myself here because I'm pretty sure what I'm looking at is a representation of the samples. Oops. If I'm looking at a representation of the samples, it's not going to show me what I want. And that's unfortunate. But, you know, it's fine. What I can do instead is quit out of there. Go back to here. And let's just, without even listening to it, let's do a couple of experiments for what it looks like it's doing when we push it this hard. Firstly, here's where we had it. So we're clearly going between this area here where we're starting to peek out at the edges, this area where it's a little bit more under control, and in here we just have a whole bunch of hyperactive peaks. And this would be because the slew controlling is forcing some of these samples down farther than they need to go. If we force this sample down too far, then there has to be an overshoot as it swings through there and goes up and then centers. More obvious in ones like that one there, where you can see these are just flat topped. this has been forced down too far, and therefore it's overshooting and making this little wiggle behavior. I don't know if there's any really graceful way to do that. I just know that it's doing the overshoot, and I can probably pull the output level down just the tiniest bit in order to make that be fixed. Because again, these are all kind of supersonic wibble wobbles, to be perfectly honest with you. But if they clip the converters, that's a problem. But first, let's see what happens if we adjust that small amount. If instead of 0.73, we'll bump it all the way to 0.8 and see if anything dramatic happens. Other than it's all still obviously clipping. There's our overshoots. There's our relatively clean area. We are still suppressing things as it goes to the full amplitude. And here's now when things are loudest. Yeah, I'm not sure if this, look at that. Look at that. The way that reconstruction is going, it's clearly going right past the top. And there's not much I can do about it when it's like this kind of arrangement. But it would still be nice to be able to do it a little better. See, if we have a wider flat top, we're not actually getting a nasty overtone, but raise it up enough, and then we start seeing this nasty up and downy behavior. This is why they sometimes make the maximum clip volume be a lot less, because even if it's doing that, it'll control itself. And here's where it's being suppressed by the algorithm. All of that looks basically good. Yeah, so that didn't fix anything. Let's go to Effect Stack again. Darken is 0.73. Slew only. And then let's pad it down to make sure we're not clipping the converter. Heck, I've got it in. Oh, hang on, slow down. What the hell do we think we're doing? That's crazy. That's not at all what I wanted. And we just broke it. Yay, go us. Let's reload it. Or maybe we didn't break it, we just didn't have this set right. That's what it was at. Recent effects, yes. Literally the last one that I did, no. Bit shift gain. Now, oh, I clicked the wrong place. Look at me. I'm really doing this great. So here's where it starts getting real bright. What does darken do? We're at 73. How about just the point where that kicks in? I guess I have another reference. Let's see. Command Shift 4. Oops. Let's try that again. Command Shift 4. There we go. So I have maybe one further adjustment. Where are we at? Wine. Chris says wine. Let's open this up and start trying to apply it where it needs to go. Ref clip 923. So those need to keep the same ratio. But we're going to take post clip down to 0.94. What that means is ref clip is going to be the ratio of that taken down to 0.94. Did I do this right? I better start over. I got lost. Also, the extra lock that I just added just burnt out. Oomph. And it's snowing outside. Didn't really need more snow this winter, but here we are. Okay. I guess we're going to do 0.923 being my original value, divided by what currently is, multiplied by the 0.94 I'm going to make it be. It appears that taking this to 0.94 takes this to 0.908597. And that's going to be the same ratio between them. This is me taking the maximum clip level down so that those wiggles and things don't go into converter clipping. Now let's see what else I need to do. Input sample times equals A. I don't need to change that. That's going to be fine. We're going to remove that gain adjustment and have it be just a flat distort. This is no longer 0.2 dB. This is approximately minus 0.2 dB. to nearly match clip only and clip only 2, because that's the truth. And then lastly, darken ended up being 0.715, didn't it? Okay. And noise, we need noise level. That was important. That's going to be this, 0.076. Mustn't forget that, that was important. There, now we've got most of this sorted. But not really. But we're going to walk through and do some of these things correctly anyhow. Let's see how much of this we can do correctly. One 0.0 divided by 0.715. 1.398613. No, we don't need that. Let's update these comments, because soon enough we're going to end up with that doing better. We'll move that comment to a place where it's not going to be deleted. And then that's the amount of that goes in. And, by the way, Airwindows 1906. Do you mean a sound like you might hear in Nowhere recordings? Because there is a famous bass synth plugin that people use, not a plugin, but a hardware, I can't remember the name of it, but there is a bass stomp box that is actually an octave divider, where the older version, especially the top octave, not necessarily the lower octave, is seen as a really good bass guitar bass synthesizer. And you could look up one of those, that might work. Anyways, where are we at? What have I got? I've probably taken all of this out, but input sample times A. This part looks about right. This stays because we're using its noise. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. So let's undo past some of these things. I was a little hasty. And I'll tell you why. Post clip. This is the one that gets manipulated by final slew. Because it was a fixed value times equals. You don't get to change a fixed value, so I needed that to be some form of variable. So let's start putting some of this stuff back. Post clip equals 0.94. There we are. And that is what we get to use for here. We can establish the variable only just locally. There's even other cleverness we can get up to, which might or might not be. Hey, I like Flixwers. Yeah, I have high hopes of getting to do something else before the end of the day, because we're really like right up to the final point. Like, this is very close to being done. It's not, but it's very close to being done. I can compact all of this at my leisure. In fact, maybe it's even worth commenting that out as well. These shouldn't be invoking anything. I shouldn't be seeing any of that kick in. We're not referring to any of it. Am confused. It's okay. Tell you what. Let's just delete all of these and see where we get. Boop. Do you still compile? Oh, is it going to freak out and give me a hard time and not want to delete them? This is such an old machine. Sometimes if you hit delete, yeah, it freaked out. It didn't want to delete them, but now it has. Can you build? Yes, you can. We still have all of those controls in the system, but now none of them do anything. And funnily enough, I didn't even test this against other forms of distortion. Here's sweep up. Now, if I do this effect stack, nothing's going to happen because none of these do anything anymore. And what that means is we're no longer gaining into it. So there's our waveform, but there will never be clipping because we're not adding gain. We can hear the slew only, but we are never adding gain. But that can be fixed. Now none of the controls do anything, but this sure will. And that sounds pretty much like what we had before. So let's remove slew only, not listen to it at this level, apply and close, and see what it does with our new maximum output. It is keeping stuff farther away from raw clipping. Although honestly, that's 0 dB, that's still very close. Here is the area where it is going into that high frequency stuff. There's the high frequency stuff. I could pull it back a little bit more. See, regular waveforms, you have a nice clean edge. As we start going into extremely hard clipping, here's our flat tops. And then here's our super high frequencies going into flat tops. As we go high enough, it's not really grinding against the top as much anymore. There's an area where we still have a bit of trouble. I don't know if I'm that worried about that. We're testing it against extreme... I know what I can do. Let's close that puppy and open up actual music. And do the same dance. Except again, none of this does anything anymore. And I now do not have gain until I put gain on. Which is now what we're doing. That's 18 dB of slam. Let's see what it does to a real piece of audio. You're normally not supposed to do 18 dB of slam. What I'm wondering is, since this is no longer a waveform sweeping up, what's my clipping gonna look like now? And I'm gonna save the stack. And we're gonna have a look at what Alien Kittens looks like when we slam it this hard. That first stage was the gain. It's in floating point in the processor. So we basically just took 18 dB and then clipped it to that. And here's the resulting wave that we get. And here's where the fuzz kicks in. And it's doing the reconstruction. Do these little overshoots go past 0? Lots. Let's find a high frequency area. That's a pretty high frequency area. So the edges of these flat tops are where it would go into gib effect. Not really quite the same way that a straight up clipped sine would, but still. That's clean. That little overshoot is not enough to cause a problem. That's clean too. I think I found an appropriate setting. Because bear in mind, this is 18 dB of clipping beyond what was already a fully cranked out thing. It's able to get sort of right to this step. But do you have any idea how loud this is now? What the heck, I have the Lavery set to, let's set it to 1. So normally I'm monitoring this at 12. This is at 0. This is at 1. So our new hard limit is 0.7. 18 dB. Here, let's hear it at 2, 4, 6. That's neat. Compared to. So that was kind of a lot of loud. Let's do that again, only this time we'll monitor it. Effect stack, clip only 3. Tell you what, I'll set it to that, and then I'll throw a more granular gain. Purest gain will give me what I need here. And slow fade and flat there. This will let me bring in hang on. I did it wrong. That was still 18 dB clipping. So here's our maximum peak. Actually, gain lets us do a 40 dB gain right there. Okay. Well, never mind shifting of bits gain. We'll do it all with purest gain. $18 dB boost and slow fade. Also, give me a second. It's snowing and I want my fire to be going. 3 logs left here. But plenty more left here, so it's fine. Okay, please catch fire. Otherwise we'll just have a lot of smoke and soot. There you go. There we go. Okay. So now we're at 12. Here we bring the slow fade up to 0. Now let's make it loud. So that's not fully distorted. And we're starting to hear crunch all over it. So here's how much gain we got over the previous one. This is nothing but clip only 3 and boosting into it. I think that's going to work for people. It doesn't honestly sound that different, but it kind of sounds better. Certainly a lot forwarder. Off, on. just for laughs, let's A/B it against its previous instance. Because we can do that. This thing is meant to go up against the previous version of clip only. I can A/B it against that. Add effect. There is only clip only 2. The new one is going to look like this very soon. So there's 2, and here's 3 with all of these knobs that it's not going to be using for much longer. Here's 3. Here, I'll move this over here. So here's 2. See, it's got a different clip point. It's at 0.4, not 0.7. And here's 3. Let's push it harder. There, now it's clearly distorting on the slows. I'd like that synth to go up to those notes again. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think it got there. Kick is better. Oh, let's have a game. Let's do slew only now. So here's 2. Here's 2 at 18 dBd. Here's 3. Yeah, that's not as good. That's not as good. Also, funny thing, it sounds fuller even though it's clipping a tiny bit lower. This is basically a sharp edge, but without quite the grit of a just 100% digital clip. highs are a little bit airier. On 3. That honky note is in full digital clip. Yeah, that's not as good without the noise factor in there. Yeah, that's way the hell better. We got there. I even get to do another plugin today because we successfully got this one done. That's gonna do nicely. And the interesting thing is I'm taking a completely different approach from the guy that was doing it with his, like, this is not in fact, what was he calling it? I want to say sour clipping, but that's not what he said. Whatever Mr. Lucid was calling it, which I forget now. This is not that. This is doing something else. I dialed in the way that the noise kicks in until it kicks in just as clipping starts getting touched, and then sort of splits to the sides of the waveform as you go into full flat topping. And then there's a darkening factor that comes in and tries to stop the overshoots from going crazy. And it's maybe, I don't know if this completely and totally resists doing overshoots, but I can tell it makes the effort. And one of the things about the Lucid one is it does make a bunch of claims about doing various things, and people were testing it out and discovering that in fact it didn't do those things. Well, the darkened factor in this one does go some way towards suppressing, like, let's see, so slew only, playback, and so if we're not clipping, that's fine. If we are, that's about as hot as you'd really want to do it unless you were being dumb, in which case you wouldn't really care about give effect clipping. Maybe you'd even want it. So if I apply this just as it is, and this is a 96K, so this is one way of being able to tell what it's doing. We are first applying the gain, and then we will apply the clip only 3. And then we'll have a look at what the overshoots look like. So I do wonder, since this is such an old computer, I wonder if I have the SSL excism meter here. I know I don't have it in any of my recent stuff. Do we in fact have it? Hey. I don't get to use this anymore because this is long abandoned, but look at this. This is an intersampling meter. It's behaving itself really well. In fact, what am I doing? Let's undo that again. Go back to the basics. Let's open up that effect stack, and then rather than like span or whatever, clip only 3 is in its final form. We can even leave it with, well, no, let's not leave it with this. Let's ditch slew only. Let's ditch shifting of bits gain. Let's go with my Airwindows purest gain, which will allow me to push it real hot. I will be able to measure how many dB I add. Let's see how many dB you have to do in order to get an intersample peak on this. This should be good and fun. I will have to turn the volume on my speakers down a bit. Let's turn them down to 6. Add effect. Again, this, you don't get to have this anymore, but looky there. The SSL intersampling meter We're running the entire session at 96K. This should give me some kind of, in fact, let's save the stack as this. Oh, I made a mistake. We need to go into clip only 3. Because if I do this, I can do the same test in 44.1K, and at the expense of the poor laptop, I can do it at 192. Let's see what we got. 192 should be pretty proof against intersampling peaks, though, but the 44.1K, that should make it more challenging. What do we got? And now we start boosting. Come on. Come on, give us an analog peak. I dare you. Go. Go. Come on. Do it. Do it. I guess it's pretty good at resisting intersample peaks. I don't know what to... I thought I was going to make it be able to do something. I stand corrected. Okay, let's get extra hardcore. This time... we open up the 44.1K. Let's see if we can make this intersample peak. Maybe we can. It might. It might actually be easier to do. Or sound weird, or I don't know. We'll find out. Now we're at 44.1K. Can we intersample peak this one? Not yet. Let's go. Come on. Give me the intersample peak. Go, go. What's it gonna take? Come on, you. Come on, you. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, it took 40 dB. Okay. So this doesn't sound half bad for a hobbled version at 44.1K. It's doing a pretty good job. Well, since it's being that determined not to do intersample peaks, let's apply it and look at the waveform. Because this is another good way of telling. Yeah. I think clip only 2 is also pretty good at that. Oh, and that's the SSL meter. We are not actually seeing this meter, but it's the way it does the intersample peaking is by it's basically upsampling just to apply a meter. And so it does a good job of telling you when you're getting lots of intersample peaking. Like there's a lot of stuff out there that does that quite a lot. Okay, 44.1K. Zoom out just enough to be able to see the grunge on the edges of the waveforms. And go find one of these spots where, yeah, I think I basically took it to just the point I needed to where the harshest of highs, here's a place that has some harshest of highs, look at that. Yeah, so this doesn't quite count as an intersample peak for the SSL meter. I guess there was no reason to bring it down even more. I guess that part was fine. Yeah, because that's the bar. I assume that that light lights up if you're beyond that point by a significant amount. And a bunch of my waveforms just go right up to that point or tweak past it a little bit. Maybe the SSL reconstruction isn't actually as sensitive as this is. But yeah, plain to see this is behaving itself pretty well up there in the super highs. Let's go and find a really messy area. I want to see what it did. And this started out as like a 44.1K. So this is where it actually started. Okay, let's look at that. What's that look like? Here's where it clips. Here's where we reconstruct. Okay, that looks like, that point looked like it tried to do a hard intersample clip. And I would say that that does overshoot above 0, but not so much that the SSL meter got upset by it. The SSL meter must be made of sterner stuff. This is showing sort of a very rigorous evaluation. Neat. Then, just to round things off, let's test Alien Kittens 192. This is going to make the laptop real sad, but I'm not going to run it for terribly long. Or maybe I cannot try to run it real time. That might work. Might be happier then. Or a little bit of both. Here's clip only 3. I will let it continue to load. There's the clip only light. I have to let it continue to load or it will become even more upset. And here we go. Do we get intersample peaking? At one, it's upsampled to 192K, so that makes it almost impossible for it to do that, but we'll find out. Sure doesn't. Okay, it didn't actually crash when it did that, so cool. What we hear is snow shoveling, if I'm not mistaken. And it's taken forever, but that's because we're at 192K. And we'll see what these waveforms do at the even higher sample rate. But we're going to be sitting here for a while, looking at it, grinding away, because it really kind of doesn't. And I must admit, clip only 3 is more challenging at 192K. Unlike the reverbs, like my reverbs almost get easier to run at high sample rates because they're undersampling. This is running a smoothing algorithm that ramps up in intensity as the sample rate rises. So it'll take 192K, but it's doing extra work every sample to do it. So in a way, this is not really... Oh, I hear the fan kicking on. This is not really a fair test for having the laptop be doing something reasonable. Now it's trying to use the SSL excism and upsample 192K to God knows what. So we're going to be sitting here for a while, but once it's done with what it's doing, then we get to look at the waveform and see what all this stuff does at a super, super, super high sample rate. For people who want to do that. Because you see, that's another one of the possibilities. I was talking earlier about how I was going to do music again and set up the card game that I'm trying to put together. Or, I mean, technically at this stage, I have put it together. I just need to get it printed and need to test it out to see whether it works in any way, shape, or form. But my idea was to set up a situation where you could have some, amusing inspiration for making stuff and use the DAW to set up regions. I know Reaper can do this. I bet most DAWs can do this one way or another. In Reaper, I'll be defining regions and labeling them, and then striping those regions with like soft clock, and probably starting out just picking out something to do. Like if it says do these chords and let's do these chords over a 17/8. Yep, we're almost ready. We are ready. Oh boy, we got a lot of distortion. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so that's 40 dB for you, baby. There you go. And this is as much overshoot as you get at 40 dB. It's pretty much the same amount of overshoot each time. It's just a lot of flat topping. And we weren't even able to get the light to come on at that rate. It wasn't even possible. So undo. Quit out of there. I bet you I can strip these controls out of here before it's time to get my Monterey Jack cheese out for dinner. And I bet I can at least start on something before stream is over. And we can continue on that something on Thursday, because I won't need to do clip only 3. If you were here for the last week and Tuesday and Thursday of last week, and then Tuesday of this week, you witnessed the entire process of clip only 3. I wanted it to go way faster than this, but I think it was worth it. I think people who want to use a clipper to just obliterate stuff with will find this satisfactory. It is a simple device with no controls, but it does exactly what it's supposed to. So the laptop can hopefully cool off with this aluminum stand heatsink underneath it. I don't need this anymore. I'm going to check that it says, yep, CL03. I got to remember to update the version properly. There have been times when I forgot to update the version properly and I had to scramble and release another thing. Not doing that this time. This time it'll be fine from the word go. That is the brackets for the enum. We're good. Oh, but I do need one piece of this. I forgot. I need k number of parameters. It's going to be using k number of parameters. So I can't quite delete all of the... I can't delete the whole thing. I can delete this. I can delete this. And I could delete most of the enum. But that must remain. Otherwise, it won't work right. And I'm going to do a VST version with 2 channels of it. Yeah, if this sits right with me, maybe I would like to put that out this coming weekend. It's exciting enough. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe it's worth doing this coming weekend. Then over here, we got to delete this stuff up here. No, I stand corrected. No, I don't. No, I don't. But I do need to delete this stuff up here. I'm doing my best to keep track of all of this. See, we needed to use k number of parameters, but this stuff does not have a place. So goodbye set parameter, because there ain't any. And then switch in parameter ID is not going to ever be any of these, and so we're going to just delete all of those too. We keep it like this, so if anything does try to establish a parameter, it does return a, hey, invalid, because there are no parameters to be valid. So we do this. And having done that, we're probably done. But, perhaps not, because I would like to organize this better. So we don't add the random bit. I've already tested this without the input sample clipping here. I don't think I've got a hard clip at the very end, so we don't need that there. That part's fine. That part's fine. For clip only 2, I had this really jammed together tightly. I don't know if I'm going to need to do that, but I can run the lines together a little bit. And for some of these things, they'll fit onto one line. See where it says, as a little compressed chunk that can be dropped into code? That was the idea, is to set it up in such a way that it's like a block of doing stuff. So I'm leaving a lot of white space out. And you can always go to where all the semicolons are and hit return and put all the semicolons back, or even have something formatted into what C++ considers to be the correct formatting. Me, I'm just run these things together like this. I'm going to leave the for loop with one thing on there, because otherwise it makes it look as if other things are being in the for loop. And maybe I will leave this part. On its own line. Readability. Which is a laugh, but I mean, there you go. And that part's probably okay. Just trying to see what I can do to squish it together more effectively. I mean, I can do that. I don't know if it's good. It's kind of not. I could do that. Feel like maybe no. Maybe that's just too stupid. So how about I leave that off? See, when I squish all this together, it kind of sits in a big chunk, which is enclosed by curly brackets. But I can't do that here without making it a super long looking line. So we'll not bother with that part. He says, as he wonders whether maybe he could do it after all. No, I don't like it. The line is too long. We're going to put it back. Mind you, I'm doing wasn't clip false at the end of this bracket, so we could define this variable at the end of that bracket. Horrifying, but why not? I also wonder whether I could have this part be on one line. Like, it's misleading and confusing, but if you only have, like, this is equivalent to curly brackets surrounding this. I could even do that. I could even do curly brackets surrounding this means the same thing as just one statement, and then it's not looping the following statement. So that is at least a kind of indicator. It's just in a horrible way that nobody would want to do. It's like obfuscating land. But what the hey? What do you want for nothing? A rubber biscuit? Can I make this be one line too? Or is it too wide? No, it's about the same width. It's about the same width. And then we do have to have this part here. It'll be covered in the dither if we're doing this within something that does use dithering elsewhere. So there you go. You have to make spacing, but that's the only variable that has to be declared here. And then here is our chunk O code. You have to uncomment the FPD section here, or have a working 32-bit dither going on. And then this is now the chunk of clip only 3, where you select it and then you just plunk it in. And it looks horrible unless you expand it outwards for slightly increased readability, but it fits within that spacing and text. And now that we have this, we hit save. I'm soon enough going to be doing the VST, but I don't believe that's going to be today. And we hit build. And we have a result. Option drag copies that to there. Drag it to our desktop. And we have a completed clip only 3. So what I can do is open up Discord Welcome Home and the effect stack I just made. And I'm going to set this a playing while I go and get my taco stuff ready. Don't distort things this much. That's like Iggy Pop raw power. That's like modern day Loudon Nation. I'm going to put it slightly less aggressive than that and then go off and do my taco cheese and stuff. Okay. 8 dB of gain on top of something that was already clipping. Fair enough, man. Right, I got my taco cheese thawing out. What shall we do? I feel like maybe the thing that I should do now is begin the either the Bezier upward compressor or de Toro. And I'm warming to the idea of de Toro, and I'll tell you why. Because de Toro is the thing that I was going to do in order to build a donut. And one of my live stream users keeps asking for donut, and I said, keep bugging me about it, and he did. Let's see what we're looking at here. This is from a web page, publicly accessible web page. And my plugin making peers often say that this is a thing that they do in order to make EQ filters. They like using the state variable, and they like using the state variable filter such as was laid out in this very, very old DSP talk on this particular website, which also showed up as the Audio Engineering Society. Actually, no, it's Effect Design Part 1. It's a book. He wrote a book for people to use this stuff. And this is what the code looks like. So here's my next step. New project. Mono. And I'm going to do the same thing. Wait, it's 2 T's, isn't it? Let's not misspell his name. Yeah, it's 2 T's. I'm doing the thing where if people go and look for like my repo to do their vibe coding or whatever, they're going to have reference to the people who actually came up with this stuff. Much like I did with Paul Dither, who never asked me to do that. Honestly, he might not even want me to, but Paul Frindle was doing dithers for the Sony Oxford, and that's one of the places where he was like, yeah, let's do a dither which saves the dither noise, and then you do the noise, and then you do a new random noise but subtract the previous one, and that gives you a high pass. And that's what's in Sony Oxford. And Paul Frindle made that, and it worked out very well for him. So when I did a dither, which simply implements that exact same technique, which is not one that he considers his property, but I called it Paul Dither because that's where I heard it. And I've not met Paul Frindle, mind you, but I knew that he was talking openly about doing that, and it seemed like a great idea, and he was like, you can do this, and I tried it, and it was good. People seemed to like it. I did end up doing another one called Double Paul, which exaggerates the effect even more. That was not technically his, but it was on the same basic concept, so. Datoro with 2 T's. There's your identification. So this doesn't specify which ones are persistent variables and which ones are not. But I bet I can figure it out. Low is clearly a persistent variable because this is going to be interesting. Chamberlain, 2-pole, low pass, easy to calculate coefficients, easy to practice algorithm. Yeah, sure enough. Look at that. No question about it. So your resonance can go up to 1. That's easily done. I've got controls that can do that. So low equals high equals band equals 0. That's like my reset. I know how to do those. Let's scooch this over. Actually, no, let's leave it visible. You know what? Let's do something completely else with it. I don't need most of this text on screen. Let's make it so that we can just all see the parts that need to get used and not worry about the stuff that doesn't. That way I can sit it over here and do my coding over here. There we go, it's still visible. So when we say low equals low plus f times band, that is a persistent variable. Begin loop. So some of these things we're generating, like high equals scale times input minus low minus q times band. Pretty sure we'd do multiplies together, which is why those are lumped together. That's probably where there's another plugin coder that I know who likes lumping the multiplies together. This might be where he found it. The reason people do that is to show that that gets executed first. That said, I'm going to use parentheses on these. I'm going to use parentheses in all these. Also, hey, high is a factor of scale times input minus low minus q times band. Low is a factor of low, so that needs to be persistent. Band is also being used in a calculation before it gets reassigned. So we need two persistent variables. That's not many, but that's still worth noticing. Those go in H file. H is where we put that kind of stuff. I mean, I could call that mid, but that would be misleading because this is not a 3-band EQ. It's not. It is a state variable filter with one crossover point. Band is going to be a factor of how resonant it is, and that is running off a Q, which goes between 0 and 1. So these are persistent. High can be instantiated in the actual loop. We don't have to have that there ahead of time. Scale equals Q, eh? Why are we not simply using Q then? Beats me. I don't know. But I can follow these instructions. We'll see what we get. It's only 4:14. I bet we're going to get something audible out of this by the time I'm done. There's very little to it, and I like that part. This is like an alternate form of the fairly simple filters like pair filter that I do. But this is a professionally arrived at one with defined and distinct behaviors, so we get to experiment all of that kind of stuff. Now we've initialized them. Don't need cycle and do need overall scale. Let's scooch this back so we can see this again. And now all we got to do is establish some of these things. So FS, that's going to be get sample rate. Cutoff is going to be A. but it's going to be, and I don't know what it does when you tell it that it's 0, but I'm dying to find out. We'll see whether it breaks or freaks out when it's at 0. If it kills the filter, this will be a fun way to find out, won't it? So, times hertz, 20K. So it goes from 0 to 20K. There's our cutoff. Sampling frequency, that's going to be Fs. That's all we need there. F. Oh, and we do need to declare these, so let's do that. He doesn't have that covered, but you know what? It's fine. So F going to be something. There we go. I was remembering the right way of doing that. That is a little shortcut for this variable. We've got cutoff. Do we use FS anywhere else? I think we do not. I don't think that uses that anywhere else, meaning that I don't need to use it here. Let's just go straight to get sample rate. Why shall we? Not that why shall we is a sensible thing to say, but here we are. So that does the job of having FS be there. Now we get Q. Now we've not defined any variables called resonance or bandwidth. So what that means is that's effectively a comment. He might as well have had that say / resonance or bandwidth, because there is no such thing here as resonance divided by bandwidth. That's more of a comment. What that means is resonance equals per MB. Freak. It's more like it. And now we have outputs. So these are referring to the variables that we're working with, but instead we need to make outputs so that we can set the levels and see what we get. I don't know whether this is going to neatly do a thing of, we should be able to take these variables, dump them to the output, and get a result. But we need to do out L, out B, out H, and that's CDE. As long as we're here, let's also label these things here. And let's make all of this stuff start out as 0.5 just for laughs. E is the highest one we actually have, so let's only do that. And let's have these be zeros, and let's have the frequency and reso be 0.5 to start off with. That's as far as they go. So I don't know how it's going to work, whether you can have it be low and high at the same time and then it will give you a flat output, or perhaps it's not able to do that at all, and what it gives you is something with some kind of weird phase nonlinearity, or whether if you add band then it has a boost. I do know if you leave low and high off and have only band, it will be a bandpass filter, because that's sort of the idea of this. But out L, out B, and out H. And then we should not need these, but they'll still be there in case I need to go and look them up later. Do something else. And we can leave this here because there might be grounds for having the basic one. Seeing as it's a synth filter, we could have it automatically be smoothing. But this stuff we don't need. So that makes a space for us to be able to have it be smoothed if I add that, assuming that it comes out, that is. If it doesn't come out, we do something else. We figure out how to fix it. And we've set low and band to 0, and high can be defined every sample, so we don't need to worry about that. And so low is actually chasing band. That's interesting. I guess we'll find out what that means. Interesting. Here we go. Boom, there's our start. That's the same as low equals low plus f times band. If not, something terrible is wrong. I feel like it should be that. If it isn't, it's low equals low plus f in parenthesis times band, but I don't think that's what it is. In fact, I'm almost certain it can't possibly be. Next, high. Double high equals, okay, where do we get scale? Okay, scale equals Q. Why are we not just using Q? Command decision, we are just using Q. I'm just thinking how this is going to work. So high is instantiated here, so we don't do a plus or minus equal or anything like that. But my assumption is that this stuff with multiplies in it happens first. If I'm wrong, there is significance to scale times input minus low minus Q times band, with Q times band being much more closely linked. I'm assuming that means you got to have that in parenthesis, or at least it's an indicator that that's being evaluated first. But if all of this follows the rules for operator precedence, I'm pretty sure it's just a reminder that you do multiplies and divides first, and then you do adds and subtracts. If so, this is what we get. And then we are reevaluating band in a similar manner. Or are we? Okay, if f times high is being evaluated separately, we can do band plus equals f times high. I feel like this could go horribly wrong, but let's find out. And then there is a notch output, which is an entirely separate one. Okay. Well, then that answers one of my questions. And you know what? I don't need to actually instantiate that because I can simply turn the low and high outputs up. So we don't need that line. I'm now looking at this and trying to figure out whether there's an even simpler way of arranging this, but this is pretty simple. Very cute. Very, very cute. And now we do make the output, adding all these things together combined with out L and out B and out H. Times out B. And that gives us the output, the result of this. Let's see if DeToro's thing works straight off the bat. Honestly, I am very impressed by how tiny this is. If this works, no wonder people like it. That said, I don't know if it sounds awesome, but I do have strongly held opinions about how simpler code sounds better. This is about the simplest code I've ever seen. Let's see if it works. It's not going to build the first time. In fact, I'm going to comment out some of the unused stuff while I'm at it. Don't need dry sample. Not currently using temp. Build again. And it should be fine. Look at that. Look at how tiny that is. I'm in love. That's amazing. I should stack a bunch of them up the way that I normally do. First things first, however. Let's see if it works. Dum-da-dum. Now we get to find out a cool thing, which is just this code that I got off of the wherever do anything. Airwindows, DeToro. Okay, we are set to, actually I can turn it down and make sure that nothing bad happens. Do we have a low pass? Totally do. Ah, but it didn't like that much, did it? I think the multiplying it by 2 killed it. I think it's actually 0.5 is the highest point. Let's go and fix that right now. I don't think it wants that at all. But that worked beautifully. Makes me wonder whether I can do anything, any criticisms to fool with it. But first things first. I'm pretty sure that that takes it to where it needs to go. Also, I could do a simplified version of sine to get that there. And also, clearly cutoff is not doing what it should. Oh, and I was doing that at 44.1K, so that might have something to do with, there might be more requirements to this than I was aware of. But let's do one of the things I was going to do. Pow, get parameter A, comma, 2.0. So we're going to at least have a more smooth roll-off going on. It'll put more within the range of the control. I can probably find out somewhere whether the state variable filter is required to not go beyond a certain amount. I mean, f was 2 times sine m pi times cutoff. That could be quite the large value. It was hitting a wall at 20K, and we were operating at 44.1K, so maybe halfway is as far as it can go. Let's find out. Let's find out. And cutoff is not referred to here, so it is f that I'm going to be wanting to deal with. Funnily enough, this is essentially for making it be an accurate cutoff value. I don't need to do all that. I can just live with it being a synth filter that doesn't have an accurate cutoff value. It's just like a circuit that you mess with. And if I do that, I can maybe figure out what frequency, what variable numbers this is able to go to, regardless of all this stuff. Like maybe cutoff divided by get sample rate. All of this basically means, yeah, you can have 0 to 0.5 and that's it. Or sine m pi times cutoff divided by get sample rate is going to make it interact differently. But this is somewhat arbitrary. I mean, if I was running it continuous, if I was running it as a temp, I'd maybe want to have f be a more direct value, because cutoff is just making f. However, let us first get it into a state where we can run it. Guess I don't need preview to be open. And sweep the controls all over the place without it crashing, because we crashed it the first time. Here we are. Does it crash when it goes to 0? Nope. Sweep's nice too. Do I have it crashing when I go all the way to 1? Nope. We're good. So this is reso of 0.5. Reso of 0. Well, I didn't expect that. I thought reso of 0 was supposed to be no resonance, and reso of 1 was supposed to be all the resonance. Let's find out. No, I got it backwards. Yeah. Yeah, so that's no effect. Oh, bypass. I'm listening to it a little bit on full reso. I don't know if I'm that thrilled with this. There's something here. It's a decent little roll-off. You could clearly stack them up if you wanted. We got good low frequency thump. Okay, so if we do this, then add band. We're not going that much louder. So including band makes it a little steeper. Kind of boxy sounding. Okay, and then lastly, what's high about? Something's changing here. Oh yeah. No, this does not sum to neutral. So yeah, this is not properly flat, but you could use it to make something that could be added and subtracted. Alright, see you later, Grins. This is a good day. Thank you for being here for this. Yeah, turning all this stuff up doesn't give you that much help at all. Band. Okay, so if you crank reso up, overall level gets cut way back, but this is a really tight notch. It's so tight that you can't hardly hear it at all. That's neat. I like that fairly well. So very interesting. Okay, here's the thing. Here's low and high with band at 0 and reso at very high. Frequency is quite high. If I take high down, does that make low get louder again? Not really. Low is acting kind of like it's forcing it to become a steeply resonant filter, but the max volume is not. This is like a Moog style roll off. You start losing lows. Well, here's something I haven't tried. And of course, there's possibilities with like flipping phase of these things or delaying them if it turns out that they don't really coincide perfectly. Lastly, what do we get if we don't have low or high in here? Fair. This is a pretty simple way to get an incredibly tight resonant filter. If you were going to do this using biquads, my God, it would be impossible. But all you got to do is take it up this high. Close to full crank, in fact. And you've got an incredibly resonant bandpass that's incredibly tightly focused on that one frequency. And this is not an expensive filter. See, it just goes ping. You could make a bunch of these very cheaply. Wouldn't be hard. I think you need the low to calculate off it. But man, this is a very cheap way to make a ringy, ultra resonant. Like, it's really doing it. It is really focusing down on exactly one frequency and only that one frequency. So there's ways that that can be used. Notably, I was thinking about fooling around with formant filters, and this is how you'd go about doing a neat formant filter that really jumped out and barked. You'd have a set of parallel filters that just zeroed in on a formant and rang like this. And then you tighten the Q like that. And then maybe sum them up in parallel. And that would work nicely. And it's said to modulate well. I'm sure that's true. I don't have it modulating well, but that's because I don't have the blend. I don't have the crossfade in there. Oh, cute. You can include low and it doesn't really change it at all. Well, it kind of does. Kind of lovely. We can suppress the non-filtered parts a hell of a lot. Although one thing that is happening, the volume is dropping off so much that what I could do is set it up to do this, but then also multiply the output by the amount that this is being set, because it's making everything just go infinitely quieter. Let's try that. Let's try that. Got about 15 minutes before taco time. I will have earned my tacos today, so I'm definitely having those. Firstly, let's see. So we do need to have low, and we do need to have high. Band's getting high added to it, so we do need to calculate high. I thought maybe I didn't. Although I'll tell you what. If it's band plus equals that times high, one thing I can do is we'll comment this out and we'll do another version of it. Here's how you get high for future reference. Actually, when I was much younger, I learned how you got high, but I had to give it up. And here's how you do this. And let's lose some of the spare parentheses because we shouldn't need those as much. And then let's lose some of all of this spacing in here. Since we're not referencing high or defining it, we skip that. And now we have a simple low-pass / bandpass version of the same thing, where we do need to establish all of these things. But you know what? It's now exactly one line of code. And that should still work. I wonder what I'd need to crossfade with the temp there. I'm also wondering what I can do with F here. So mpi times cutoff divided by get sample rate. Cutoff is a frequency control. Sine means we're making it go, but then we weren't able to. Don't mind me. Thoughts on my mind. Firstly, let's make Q increase in volume as it goes up. And we'll throw in a little sanity check. Let's take that down a hair. There. And then what we do with this is we have these be these things divided by Q. Because you're dividing by something smaller than 1, so that makes it much larger. So that's going to make stuff much louder as we go. And then I don't need out H, so we're going to skip that one for now. And that should be good, that should be good. And then we're going to skip that, and seeing as we're doing all of this to get to a value that is clearly going between 0 and 1, or something like it, let's not bother with that frequency nonsense at all, although it will still be relevant in the event of needing to run at multiple sample rates and not just have that scale with the sample rate. But that's not what I'm thinking about right now. I'm thinking about, can we make this very, very simple indeed? So now find out whether this builds and works and what it does. On the same basic audio. So let's see, 1 minus that. That means we're starting Q off at 0 instead of 1 this time. Alrighty, what have we here? Does it explode? Does it break? Does it die? Nope, seems legit. Now, Rezo. Okay, we pretty much have distortion that way. We didn't need to go that hard. We can pull the volume down there. We'll have to, because we have a super, super loud resonant filter now. Interesting that we get both of these things. A lot of resonance there. Yeah, so we can pretty much use the input value directly. One thing I've done sometimes is when I had a adjustment like this, knowing that I wanted it to pretty much do the full range, but I wanted it to be voiced in such a way where at a high sample rate, all the controls weren't like down here. What I do to make that happen is if I'm at a high sample rate, I still take the 0 to 1 control, maybe add something a little bit, but this one seems to be pretty resilient to DC. And then if we're at a high sample rate, I do a power factor of higher than 2. So it would be like a power factor. In fact, I can even experiment with this. Maybe we can even do this right now. So now we're raising it to a power factor of overall scale plus 1. So it's going to be 1 at a low sample rate, so that makes it be a power factor of 2, so we still have the same taper, but it should act about the same way at higher sample rates, unless I need to add another factor in to make it more complicated. But, you know, that's fine. We shall see. Also, the square root of a less than 1 number ends up being a larger number. This might be the way of making it chill out a little bit as far as throwing all the extra amplitude on there. We shall see. It's coming together. And yeah, look at this as being the size of this. This is our filter. That's extremely funny. That's all it is. There ain't nothing more. It's a very small little thing, but I can see why people like it so much. In fact, I can see why people use it so much, because compared to something like a biquad, man, this is cheap. This is a cheap date. Synth users must be using this all over the place, which will probably tend to make synths made using this all sound the same. But that's before I get involved with it. For instance, let's keep these consistent. Now we have a different thing. Guess what? We're bringing this back, but you know what we're doing? If I use the high, now that's negative band. Let's see what happens. Because again, if I turn both of this up, nothing will happen. They're the same. But if I pick between them, then I get to add band inverted. And we're going to see what that does. And the 5 minutes before tacos. I have let my fire go out, but whatever. It's all good. It's at the end of the day anyhow, we're good. Here we are with the alien kittens. And our amplitude for the resonance is now chilled out. So that's cool sounding. Square root seems to be the right answer for that. All I have to do is put a little saturation on there and it would catch about everything and make it sound good. Oh hey, all of a sudden it's able to do 1. Okay, now low. Yeah, the square root on there is good. I'm not sure I'm completely in love with this filter other than how simple it is. Like, I could throw a lot of resonance, but this is not a fat sounding resonance. But it might be a good way to get your like dead mousy kind of sound going on. So here's band. But if you subtracted band, that's kind of cool. So there's our additive band. Here's our subtractive band. So that's pretty cool, but what if we added saturation to this subtracting thing? That's fairly good. We know what it sounds like if we add saturation, but this is adding a real drony honk to things. But it's actually inverted. It's actually the opposite of this. Which seems like a normal thing to do. So, if we're subtracting it, I'm hearing the reverb in an interesting way that I like. Ooh, check this out. This is bringing all the reverb out in a way that I absolutely like. Love it, love it. That seems very good. So logically, the next thing to do, it is 5. It's time for my tacos, but I'm going to do one more thing before we stop. It is as follows. We're going to subtract the negative sign of band. Let's subtract the negative sign of band times out h. Perfect. Perfect. No notes. That is going to saturate not the fundamental sound, not the resonance, but what we're subtracting from the fundamental sound to get that funky noise. And if that works, I can do a simpler approximation of sine, like for instance, pure saturation. But for now, we're going to find out what happens when we saturate this, rather than just adding it directly. And we have not yet played with the other sample rates, so I guess this is a fine time to load up Alien Kittens 96 and see what that does. Because that should be accommodating, that should be adapting to what I have done. Yep, highest. And it's putting things in about the same place. So yep, that's good. Now, there's high, which is subtracting band, but we're subtracting distorted band. That's some good beefiness. Now, Rezo. More. Cool. Yeah, so just as the plain de Toro filter, we hear that kind of thunk in there. Or we can make it be louder and about the same. But if we subtract band from low, what it does is it changes that little thunk into something that now sounds almost like a Buchla bongo. That has some character to it. Yeah, so we got all this reso going. Without that stuff, we have these. But then we add negative band, distorting the negative. We're not adding positive band, that's this. It just makes it louder. We are adding distorted negative, That's cool. I like it. I wonder if it can be tied to Reso. Does it sound better if it's matching what Reso does? Because that would be a lovely little, like, Airwindows Synthy low pass, my take on the Toro. That's beefy as hell. So without that, we got this. If we add all of it, it's a little aggressive. But if we make it match Reso, we've got some real character going on. Let's keep matching them. And let's take it down. Lots of Reso. Love it. No notes. Perfect. That's exactly what it needs to be. I'm going to quickly do that, and then I'm going to stop. So let's quickly remove this because it's going to be 0. We're going to end up with a original synth filter. And then let's see, out H, but instead that's going to actually be, well, now is that going to be, get param B tracks backwards from out H. So just hypothetically, if we assume that's going to be 1, oh no wait, it doesn't get to be 1 because we're dividing it by square root cube. And that's important because that's part of how this works. So maybe instead I come up with an out H that makes more sense relative to cube. So rather than negative sign band times out H, band times 1 minus Reso. But we're not calling it Reso, we're calling it Q. Cool. So Q goes from 1 to 0, but now Q goes from 0 to 1. Let's see what we got. That's definitely a thing. Something's going to happen. We're now down to literally like 1 or 2 controls. That's about it. So we don't have out B, we don't have out H. We're not doing any of that stuff. All we're doing is this. And then eventually smoothing it. Up. Slight mistake, no biggie. Expected a closing paren. Well, I can see why. It does need a closing paren. Here we go.
Build that, please. Thank you. You know what? While I'm at it, we might as well not even keep that around. Although it does feel wasteful to run a square root every single, maybe that's no good. Yeah, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it for now. Mind you, with this little going on, I could afford the square root, but we're just going to not do that right this instant. Okay, now we see whether the final experiment was cool or whether we'll just settle for all the previous experiments. 96K, Datoro. Come on, honey, there you go. Band and high don't matter. Low is pretty much just the output, so you could call it output. And Freak and Rezo now do everything. It's already not bad. Can we kill it? Kinda. So not so much Rezo. Well, I can back this off a little bit anyway. Not that much Rezo too. Lots more. Oh, I do need to address this, but that's fine. We'll leave it at full crank for now. I feel like this is a better super resonant than the stock Datoro does. Like that hint of reverb in there is really making it for me. Yeah, that hint of reverb in there is really making it for me. I don't know why it's doing that, but I love it. Let's quickly bring up another sound. If I can find one. Do I have my synth sounds in here? Yes, I do, synth tones. Alrighty, what have I got that's a good Juno, Summit? Summit is already very dense. I'm not sure if I like that. Some of the Proteus sounds are kind of vivid. The thing about the Juno, though, is it is already a rich analog synth sound, so I know that that might work. So let's see what happens when we throw a Toro on this little monster. Okay. This is barking a little bit like the Rail Alpha Juno does. Bypass. This is going to work real nicely. I think I can leave lots of stuff commented out and just put it out like this. Let's quickly try a Proteus something or other. Here's a Proteus something or other. That's what it normally sounds like. No, wait, Proteus B3. See, that one's not bad, the B3. totally usable. And then, of course, the raw sound. It's a Rompler, so it's a digital synth. But this is almost like my old plugin Aura, where it's doing some weird stuff around a resonance. So the resonance really barks, but better. And the whole, dark guitar. It'll be with you in a moment. Yeah, there's a real aura around that resonance, and I know exactly why. Enough, I am satisfied. We're going to have a new synth filter. This is going to be lots of fun in VCV Rack, let me just tell you. The only thing I don't know is whether, since this is such a broadly popular state variable filter, has anybody done this? And I do not know the answer to that question. I can ask some of my plugin maker friends, though. It would be extremely funny if nobody had done this with the Ditoro state variable filter. To me, it seems like, well, yeah, why wouldn't you? But I guess it remains to be seen. Anywho, I will talk to you later. Bye-bye.